Kottakkal, ASK at 62. Theming Ayurvedic Perspective and Management of Spondylosis. This annual seminar, the 62nd in its series, is quite special to Ayurveda this time, as it is a part of the Silver Jubilee celebration of our Ayurvedic Hospital and Research Center located at Kottakkal, Delhi. It is our privilege to welcome you all to this venue. Now we have the inaugural session of the seminar. May we invite the honorable guests to please occupy the seats on the day. May I invite Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay ji, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, onto the dais. May I invite Dr. A. Raghu ji, Advisor, DGHS Vertical, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, onto the dais. May I invite Dr. Vandana Siroha ji, Director, Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapith, Delhi, onto the dais. May I invite Dr. Raghuram Ayyagiri ji, Registrar, Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad, onto the dais. May I invite Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri, Director of Ayurvedic Medical Education, Kerala. May I invite Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee and Chief Physician, Ayurveda Kottakkal. May I invite Shri K. Harikumar, Chief Executive Officer, Ayurveda Kottakkal. May I invite Dr. P. Ramkumar, Press Board Member and Factory Manager, Ayurveda Kottakkal. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Let us have an auspicious beginning for the program with a prayer. May we invite Dr. Sandhya Prashant for rendering the prayer. May I request all to raise for the prayer.
पूर्णोष्णीशावतंसं मृदुधवळपडीवारवाणोत्तरीयम् रूप्योद्यद्वेत्रदण्डं स्फटिकमयपिधानावृतामीलिताक्षम् काले काले कराम्भोरुह मुकुलसमाराध्य धन्वन्तरिं तम् ध्यायाम्याचार्यवर्यं हृदि ललितकलाकोविदं वैद्यरत्नं ध्यायाम्याचार्यवर्यं हृदि ललितकलाकोविदं वैद्यरत्नम् ध्यायाम्याचार्यवर्यं हृदि ललितकलाकोविदं वैद्यरत्नम्.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhya Prashant. May I invite Shri K. Harikumar, Chief Executive Officer, Ayurveda Shala Kottakkal, to deliver the welcome address.
First of all, let me start my welcome address with a thank you. Thank you for coming in large numbers. Thank you for coming out on a winter morning, and that too on a Sunday. So thank you very much, and wish you all a very warm, because in Kerala we talk about a warm morning, but nobody needs a warm morning because even otherwise the days are warm. So in Delhi, during this time of the weather, everybody needs a warm greetings, and let me wish you a very warm good morning. Honorable Managing Trustee, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay, Dr. Ray Raghu, Dr. Vandana Sirohi, Dr. Raghuram Mayagiri, Dr. Vasudevan Nambudiri, Dr. Ram Kumar, other dignitaries on the dais, Managing Trust, other Trust Board members, and dear invitees. It's with deep pride and pleasure that I stand before you that we are taking out this Ask 62. Ask means Ayurveda Shala Kottakkal, and 62 stands, this is the 62nd program being held under Ask. And this is being held under the name of the great Managing Trustee we had, Dr. Padma Bhushan Padma Shri, Dr. P.K. Warrior, who was the Managing Trustee for 60 plus years and was a Trust Board member for more than 70 years. And that is being held in his honor. And this is called Ask 62 because this is the 62nd edition, and we are happy to state that this is the first time we are bringing it out of Kerala, because otherwise we have been having all the 62nd editions in Kerala itself. So that's a great thing. And this is the 62nd edition we are having. And let me take a few minutes to take you through Ayurveda Shala. I'll be very brief. I don't want to mince words, and I don't want to, just want to put things in perspective. As you all know, Ayurveda Shala is a 125-year-old organization, one of the prima donna in Ayurveda industry. We have more than 3 factories. We have 2,500 employees. We work with more than 2,000 dealers. We treat more than 18 lakh patients through Ayurveda every year, not only in the hospitals, but also through our various outlets, spread across pan-India, through various outlets, through the dealer outlets and all that. So when you talk about Ayurveda, I can undoubtedly say that Kottakkal Ayurveda is the first name which props up in the mind of people. That is something which a credibility with Ayurveda Shala has taken up over a period of years, and that is something which is very, very credible, and we are all proud of that rich lineage we have. And let me tell you, this is a charitable trust wherein every rupee we earn goes for charity. It is not that it goes to somebody's pocket. Every rupee is spent for charity. We are also running a charitable hospital, and the charitable hospital itself has treated more than 20 million patients in the last 10 years. And the charitable hospital, incidentally, is celebrating its centenary year this year. And when the world started talking about that integrated approach to medicine, our great founder started it 100 years ago. Because right from the beginning, we have always had a modern medicine doctor. Along with the Ayurveda doctors, we work in 2 separate disciplines, Ayurveda and the modern medicine, and both the verticals have been contributing each other. They have been collaborating rather than going at a loggerheads. So we have been practicing the integrated system of medicine, and more than, as I was saying, more than 20 million patients have taken the benefits of Ayurveda and benefits of modern medicine totally free. Free means free food, free accommodation, free medicines, and once you come there, you go back healthy. Because Ayurveda Shala has always been believing in patient care. We have always been focusing on reducing the misery of people. We have always been focusing on improving the quality of life of the people. That has been our motto. That continues to be our motto. And along with that, we also want to spread the message of Ayurveda. That is why our great founder started an Ayurveda college, which is incidentally ranked number 3 in the country. We also conduct lot of contact classes, seminars, education programs, and all these programs we continue to conduct on a regular manner. And that is why I started in the beginning itself saying that this summit has a focus theme, spondylosis. So likewise, we conduct focus programs on definite topics wherein speakers from all disciplines, like today also we have somebody from the modern medicine. We have people coming across spectrum and talking about a particular disease, what are the methods of treatment available on a disease, and that way basically we try to convey the message that every disease has a treatment, and it has to be complementary and not contesting against each other. And we also get people from almost around 80 countries. So Ayurveda, because when the government of India is giving lot of thrust on taking Ayurveda across the shores, across the countries, across the borders, Ayurveda Sala has been contributing a lot, because we stand for authentic Ayurveda, because otherwise we could not have stood the test of time, because 125 years for an organization to stand, and that too continuously for the graph to go up, is not something small. That comes only from a strong commitment, strong strictness to values and ethos, and the commitment for which it holds. So that is something very, very great. And I just wanted to talk about this before I get into my job of welcoming the dignitaries. Before that, I would just like to say one more sentence. Ayurveda Sala, though we keep our values intact, we also have been adapting to changing times. We have adapted, we have brought out new products without compromising on the values of the old products. Because unless you change in tune with the times, it's difficult. People may move away. That is something which you have been focusing. Many of the new products which you have developed are on display outside, just to get you a perspective. We have there displayed. And all these things are rooted on the core values of Ayurveda. All these things are rooted on the expertise and the knowledge we acquired over the last 125 years. We have been changing with the times. And we also have launched a veterinary division now, because we believe that Ayurveda itself believes that the treatment is across all living species, whether it is animal, whether it is plant, because managing trustee has always been talking about Vriksha Ayurveda also. Basically, because why we focused on veterinary is antimicrobial resistance is continuing to increase. India being largely lacto-vegetarians, we depend on milk as a source of protein, and because the animals have been fed with a lot of antibiotics, that antibiotic resistance gets into our body through the milk and other things. So that is why we thought about giving a focus on veterinary medicines, and we have also entered into a tie-up with NDDB so that the benefit reaches far and wide. That is another initiative we have taken. So Kottakkal Ayurveda is actually focusing on very many sectors, and we are there to spread the message of Ayurveda across the people. And let me start my job of welcoming the dignitaries. The Honorable Minister was supposed to come here, but then he had some other compulsions, but he was nice enough, he was graceful enough, he was kind enough to send in a message which of course will be read out here. And in his absence also, I welcome him to this program. We also have Mr. Kottakkal, Rajesh Kottakkal, the Honorable Secretary, was also supposed to come here, but then a lot of programs came up because he was also busy with the traditional medicine program in Delhi, which was attended by the Honorable Prime Minister also. He was also supposed to come here, but then he also had to drop out at the last minute because of some other pressing commitments. But I welcome him to this program also, though he's not here physically. And now we have a large set of dignitaries. Mr. Kaustubh Upadhyay is the advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. And he has been a source of strength for the entire industry, not only Kottakkal Ayurveda, for the entire industry. Because wherever I go, wherever I meet people, wherever we talk about Ayurveda, his is one name which always comes up. And he has been a great supporter of the industry. I take this opportunity in welcoming him. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on a Sunday. And now I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. A. Raghu, who is the advisor. He is going to guide us through the drug policy and all that. He is an advisor in Department of Ayush, Ministry of Ayush. I welcome Dr. Raghu also to this program. Thank you very much for coming, Dr. Raghu sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now take this opportunity of welcoming Dr. Vandana Siroha, who is a director in the Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth, Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Now it's my turn to welcome Dr. Raghuram Ayagiri, who is the Registrar, Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad. Dr. Ayagiri, thank you for coming. Welcome you to this program. And this program will immediately be followed by a lot of other programs also. During this program also, Dr. Vasudevan Nambudiri is here. Dr. Warrior will also be releasing his book by handing over a copy to Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay. Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri is a authority in Ayurveda. I welcome him also to this program and thank you for coming. And after this, we'll have a lot of other programs also. We have we'll have a technical session wherein Dr. Tanya Segal will be speaking. Dr. I was keeping him for the last because he's the managing trustee. Dr. Tanya Segal will be speaking, Dr. Sharma will be speaking, then Dr. Kiran will be there, then Dr. P.R. Ramesh will be the moderator, and all these dignitaries I welcome to this program. And I also take this opportunity, though he has been handed over a flower pot, I take this opportunity in welcoming Dr. P.M. Warrior, who has been a guiding force, who has been taking us through all these challenging times, who has been advising us on the way forward. And R62 is a memorable occasion. This is a time to interact. This is a time to learn. This is a time to meet the colleagues, and let us all take maximum opportunity in getting the best out of it. Thank you very much, and I welcome you all the dignitaries, all the invitees, all members of the Kottakkal Ayurveda family, everybody for taking time out and coming here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a brief. May I invite Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee and Chief Physician, Ayurveda Shala, Kottakkal. He'll be delivering the presidential address. Sir, please.
Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, who is inaugurating this seminar. Dr. A. Raghu, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush. Dr. Vandana Siroha, Director, Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth. Raghuram Ayagiri, Registrar, Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad. Sri Hari Kumar, Dr. Ram Kumar, and my dear Vaidyas and friends. Ayurveda has started the conducting seminars from the year 1964. From that time onwards, we have continuously, uninterruptedly conducted the seminars. Initially, it was in Kottakkal, then around 2000, after 2000, we started conducting the seminar in different cities of Kerala. So this is the first time we came out of Kerala, and this is the 62nd Ayurveda seminar. It is named after Dr. Padma Bhushan P.K. Warrier. So hereafter it will be called as Dr. Padma Bhushan Memorial, P.K. Warrier Memorial Ayurvedic Seminar. A very good morning and warm welcome to all of you. I stand before you with the extreme pride and pleasure. Ayurveda has brought Padma Bhushan Dr. P.K. Warrier Memorial Ayurveda Seminar AVSK at 62 to Delhi, to the capital of India, and that evidently adds glory to the event, marked with the presence of an august audience assembled over here. We are honored and indeed happy to host an academic event in Delhi where exists a tightly webbed network of eminent Ayurveda practitioners and pioneer institutions, including the magnificent All India Institute of Ayurveda. It is to be send a message of unity, cooperation, support, and togetherness among the Ayurvedic fraternity of the North and South that we have decided to make the seminar at a venue unlike the usual one. North or South, Ayurveda is one. We are all one, and we should join hands for a common cause, that is growth of Ayurveda, glory of Ayurveda, and globalization of Ayurveda. We know this is the right place to come, to connect, to cooperate, and to collaborate, as this land witness the whole process right from showing an idea to transforming it to a national policy that sets the direction of Ayurveda to prosper at all domains, be it educational, clinical, industrial, or research-oriented. So let us stand united and reiterate our strength and fervor to move forward, aiming at a higher goal of serving the humanity in our own noble ways. Another important reason is that we are celebrating the silver jubilee of our Ayurvedic Hospital and Research Center at Karkardoma, Delhi. For this, we wanted to greet Delhi Ayurveda world and our esteemed patient population who serve as a pillars of our strength in the last 25 years of existence here. Coming to the topic, we have selected spondylosis as this year's theme for the seminar. We may often get into a familiarity trap when it comes to spondylosis. However, delving into a deeper aspects of the topic certainly would enlighten us on how important it is to address such a common medical problem, at times in uncommon manners, for the clinical implications that it has extended its levels. As we know, discussing spondylosis has significant contemporary relevance owing to the total shift in the life and lifestyle of the people, the nature of the jobs that people do, the manner of the physically activity levels, the food habits. All these have tremendously changed over so many years. This indeed has impacts on our physical and mental wellness. The pace of the world has a total change from moving to rushing. Knowingly or unknowingly, the musculoskeletal system becomes the victim to this rush, and often the clinical issues manifested is seen some way or the other connected to the system. We know how often we equate somebody's real strength with the strength of their backbone. Literally, the man with a backbone in this phrase stands for the strong person with a strong wills. This is true medically also. The strength of the spine becomes a factor for a person to live an active and healthy life, in fact, a mark of one's quality of life. Spondylosis often becomes a slow and silent villain that needs right time scientific intervention with the right approach. We know about the disease trajectory that may turn from wear and tear to serve the severe degrees of discogenic and neurogenic offshoots it is untreated. Ayurveda offers solution to the condition of multiple levels following the classical approach of Hetu Viparita and Vyadhi Viparita Chikitsa. In short, the domain of Ayurveda is not simply confined to symptom management. It serves as a long-term management and maintenance measure, offering comfort and quality of life to the patients. The upcoming technical session would cover the clinical diagnostic and therapeutic segments related to the condition. That way, the seminar aims at a comprehensive learning of the topic, contributing remarkably to the academics and practice as well. I am sure the eminent scholars of the seminar would throw light on the topic in a very effective manner so that your insights would be widened, broadened, and deepened at the end of the day. I earnestly hope the seminar to become a big successful and positively influencing your clinical thoughts and wisdom. Wishing all of you a great time ahead. Thank you.
I'm extremely sorry to have missed out the name of Dr. Ramkumar, who is the convener of this R62. I'm extremely sorry, I apologize, and I take this opportunity in welcoming him. Sorry, Dr. Ramkumar.
Thank you, sir. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao Jadhav ji, had some emergency commitment due to which he could not attend the session. We have received a message from him. I take this opportunity to read out the message. आयुर्वेदशाला कोट्टकल भारतीय आयुर्वेद परंपरा की एक अत्यंत गौरवशाली संस्था है, जिसने विगत 25 वर्षों से आयुर्वेद चिकित्सा, अनुसंधान एवं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अतुल्य योगदान किया है। यह संस्थान प्राचीन आयुर्वेदिक ज्ञान को संरक्षित एवं संवर्धित करने के साथ साथ आधुनिक वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को समन्वित कर रहा है और उसे वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रतिष्ठा दिलाकर भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति का गौरव भी बढ़ा रहा है। आयुर्वेदशाला द्वारा जन सामान्य को सुलभ, सुरक्षित एवं प्रभावी आयुर्वेदिक चिकित्सा सेवाएं प्रदान करने के प्रयास प्रशंसनीय हैं। आयुष मंत्रालय के निरंतर प्रयास है कि आयुर्वेद सहित सभी पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धतियां संविदा चिकित्सा के साथ मिलकर स्वस्थ भारत के संकल्प को साकार करने में महत्वपूर्ण काम करने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध है। इस दिशा में आयुर्वेदशाला का योगदान अत्यंत प्रेरणादायक है। मैं आयुर्वेदशाला के प्रबंधन, वैद्यगण, शोधकर्ताओं एवं समस्त कर्मचारियों को उनके उत्कृष्ट कार्य के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं तथा भविष्य में भी राष्ट्र सेवा एवं आयुर्वेद के वैश्विक विस्तार हेतु निरंतर सफलता की कामना करता हूं। I take this moment to thank Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao ji. Now it's a privilege to invite Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay ji, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, to inaugurate the event and address the gathering.
नमामि धन्वन्तरि मादिदेवं सुरासुरैर्वन्दित पादपद्मं लोके जरारुग्भयमृत्युनाशनं दातारमीशं विदौषधीनाम्। ओम नमो भगवते धन्वन्तरये अमृतकलशास्ताय सर्वावविनाशनाय त्रिलोकनाथाय विष्णवे स्वाहा। Respected PM Warrior ji, the President of this program and Vice President of Ayush Excel, the industry Promotion Council for Ayush sector. My colleague Dr. A. Raghu, Vandana Siroha, Raghuram Mayagari ji, Ram Kumar ji, and Harikumar ji, and all my dear friends. On behalf of our Honorable Minister Shri Pratap Yadav ji, I am very glad to inaugurate this seminar. Kottakkal Ayurveda is the pioneer institution which has preserved the tradition of Ayurveda along with the modernity. In Kannada, we have one famous poem by T.V. Gundappa. Hosa chiguru haleberu koodiralu marasabavu. Means the tree will be very beautiful when it has a old roots. It should be deeper roots, strong roots, and it should be old. But with the new leaves, young leaves, tender leaves, then only it will look beautiful. So like that, this Ayurveda has been preserved with all its heritage intact, and it has imbibed the modernity, and since 125 years it is constantly propagating Ayurveda. And I think in our India, all the leadership, whether it is political leadership, judicial leadership, or bureaucratic leadership, at least 30% of our leadership has availed the services of Kottakkal Ayurvedashala. I think it's a fact and everybody knows it, and it is because of the quality of service they are rendering. And it took 100 years for Kottakkal Ayurvedashala to reach out to the capital of the country. Now we are celebrating 25 years of that center. I expect this should reach every city of the country, as well as it should reach every main cities of the globe. Then only these fruits of tradition with science will reach to each and every human being who indeed require help from the Ayurveda. And you are a leader in this sector, and you are also a vice president. Our PM Warriorji is vice president of Ayush sector. I expect this has to boost service sector, and Kerala has led Ayurvedic field that it can be commercially viable. In all other cities we have traditions of Ayurveda practitioners, but it has first state which shown that it can attract the medical value travel from across the globe. Even now people across the globe are coming and rushing to Kerala for availing Ayurveda treatment. We have a impression that it is only wellness tourism, but it's not so. For therapeutic tourism also, people across the country, across the globe are coming and rushing to Kerala. And they have led all other Ayurveda institutions to how to promote Ayurveda in the current day scenario. That they have shown because they have 125 years old institutions, and they have established the benchmark, and all other Ayurveda institutions of the country had followed their benchmark, and they also cherished well. Further, one more my personal experience. When I studied first year BAMS, I had a interaction with Dr. Venkatram, who was heading the Kottakkal Ayurvedashala unit of Karnataka in Shivaji Nagar. So that was the first time when I heard about the Kottakkal Ayurvedashala. Then I visited Kottakkal Ayurvedashala for 3 times. Once I was a UG student in second year BAMS. Second time when I was teaching in Koppa Ayurveda College along with students, I went there. Third, when I was a PG student in service, along with all our Jaipur and National Ayurveda Institute team, I took to Kottakkal, and I am well aware of what are the activities in all the sectors of Ayurveda, what they are contributing. Further, in the ministry, I am looking after all the research activities, and also till recent months, all the industry related DPS related activities. And I was interacting with PM Warrior sir quite often, and Whenever any issue is there, we will usually directly call to each other and we will discuss the issues. So, Kottakkal Ayurveda is Center of Excellence in Cancer Care, and they are doing a very good job, and successfully they will complete the job, and that will be disseminated to all of you in the future. And like that, so many activities they are conducting. One thing, they are very silent. Generally, भारी घटा जो भरी हुई घटा शब्द नहीं करता है. When pot is full, it will not make a sound. When it is half, then only it will make sound. So it is just an example, living example. They will not make you and cry too much of all this advertisement and all, but silently they are working, they are rendering the service, and that service is giving the result. That's why people are attracted towards it, and continuously it is going. My only request is it has to be disseminated to other parts of the world, other parts of the all states, so that the same culture can benefit every human being. One more request is, Kerala, you should not take it as a otherwise criticism. The habit of not interacting with other people. If they are Kerala, we will be very comfortable. If he is an outsider, we will hesitate whether to talk, whether to involve them inside. If you open up yourself, it will advantage for you also. That's my experience. So get mingled with everybody, so that your organization will also flourish, as well as others will also get an opportunity to have the deep inside the assets of Ayurveda, what you have preserved for the whole world. One more, for Kerala tradition has preserved all our original formulations. While reading Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbhatta, you will come across so many formulations. You find and search out the entire country, only 5% of the formulations are available in other parts. But Kerala organizations have preserved at least 20 to 30% of formulation. They are available in the market, and we can utilize them for our day-to-day practice. This percentage also has to increase. We should come out of Sastra Yogam and enter into Samhitas and bring back few formulations, potential formulation which are there in the Samhita to the practitioners. That's also one of the things which we have not yet targeted. So that also I expect. So we should come out of cocoon and we should spread across the world. That is the request I make with this great organizations. I hope this will be achieved in another 10 years, and we together, government, Ayurveda community, Kottakkal Ayurveda, we are not having any competition, anybody, any of the Ayurveda industry, service industry or the manufacturers. It is not a competition. We will work together to promote Ayurveda and to reach the benefits of Ayurveda to all the common man across the globe. That is our motto, and we should together work to give the benefits of Ayurveda to entire world. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for inaugurating and giving a beautiful start. We humbly request you to receive a memento from our managing trustee to bestow as a token of our respect and gratitude to you. Thank you. Let's move on to the most pivotal part of the session, the release of the book, The Fruitful Life of a Physician, authored by Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri. This presents a rich collection of clinical experiences articulated in a clear and accessible language. The book thoughtfully demonstrates how core principles of Ayurveda can be effectively integrated with modern medical diagnostics, translating Ayurvedic Samprapti into rational and practical treatment strategies. Designed as a valuable guide for students and young physicians, this work serves as a trusted companion in developing sound clinical judgment and a holistic understanding. We request Dr. P.M. Warrior to release the book by handing over the first copy to Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and we request the author of the book, Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri, sir, to come forward. Thank you. Thank you. May we now invite Dr. A. Raghuji, Advisor, DGHS, Vertical, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, to speak few words.
Good morning, all. Respected Dr. P.M. Variyarji, the presidential, the president for this function, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, who has inaugurated this program, my beloved teacher, Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri, sir, Dr. Vandana Siroha, Director, Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth, Dr. Raghuram Ayagiri, Registrar, Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad, Shri K. Harikumarji, Chief Executive Officer, Ayurvedishala Kottakkal, Dr. P. Ramkumarji, Trustee and Factory Manager, Kottakkal Ayurvedishala, and also the eminent speakers who will be joining after this inaugural session, particularly Dr. Murali sir, Dr. P.R. Ramesh, Dr. Jidesh M.K., and also Dr. Anandaram Sharma ji, Dr. Kiran K.G., Dr. Tanya Sehgal ji. A warm welcome to all to this seminar. As far as the lineage of the Kottakkal Ayurvedishala and other aspects have already been clearly mentioned by all the speakers who spoke before to me. To me, it represents 2-3 instances I can tell. As far as my career, as far as my this Ayurveda education is concerned, 2-3 instances I can cite. One is about when I joined for the graduation as a BAMS student, the preceptor, what I learned from the Ayushkamiya Dhyaya is from Vaidhyabhushanam Sri Raghavan Tirumulpad. His son is actually present here. The second, the preceptor or institution is Ayurvedishala Kottakkal. Why we are saying like that? Here it is mentioning that 62 years of annual seminar which was conducted every year in different subjects in different parts of the Kerala. So these volumes of this documentation is the primary source for our study, whether it is graduate courses, apart from the classical textbooks, apart from the written notes from the teachers who provided that. Actually, all these documents are actually very helpful for different academic studies and training programs that we under the UG level as well as the PG level. So I still cherish the valuable contributions of to interpret the commentaries, and various scholars are actually discussing these during the various parts of the seminar, whether it is Visarpa, whether it is psoriasis, whether it is cardiac diseases, cancer. So many documents are actually, that is a wealth to the entire Ayurveda fraternity. That is what I foresee this one. So in that context, this seminar now they bring to the northern part of India, particularly to Delhi. It signifies that the entire the Ayurveda fraternity will be benefited, and I expect that as Upadhyayji Badaya, this will be now transgressing into to other areas of the globe. So we can expect that after 5 years, they may conduct a program like this in Germany or USA like that. So I expect that will come soon. The third aspect is obviously my beloved teacher M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri, who guided us in the postgraduate studies and who is actually instrumental as far as the development of the Kaichilsa department, specifically in the Government Ayurveda College Trivandrum, also in Kannur Ayurveda College. And he was Director Medical Ayurveda Medical Education also, and during that tenure also he interacted with the Department of Ayush at that time for various aspects of medical education programs and other things. So I also obey my pranam to him. As far as the role of the traditional medical system, particularly Ayurveda, how it actually, the Kottakkal lineage has been translating into the clinical services is very evident. It is not only the clinical services. The Kottakkal Ayurveda College has mentioned that third position now they have obtained in the country in the excellence, which was started in 1917 as an Ayurveda Padashala, and later for the glorious efforts of the P.S. Warrior, specifically even in the academic writing also, Brahat Sharira, Ashtanga Sharira, that kind of textbooks at that time, nobody cannot imagine how the modern the imprints are actually translated into the Ayurvedic knowledge system. So that kind of advancement they could bring in the modernization of the pharmaceutical industry also. Ayurveda has been, Kottakkal has been instrumental to bring that kind of reforms which the industry needs and which are followed by other industry. That is what, for example, the tablets, the Kashaya tablets, concentrated tablets. Nowhere at that time, nobody knew about that. There is a way in which this easy use of the tablets. So now popularly, most of the people, for the convenience purpose, they are using this one. And similarly, the scientific studies also they have done. For example, the famous Institute of CMPR, Central for Medicinal Plant Research. There also, I still remember that we have a accepted pharmacopoeia by the Government of India. So during the discussions of the pharmacopoeia committees also, this books from which is published by Macmillan, the Indian medicinal plants, that series of volumes actually is very valuable treasure to the Ayurveda. So in every aspect, whether it is scientific research, academic training, clinical services, even the charity, that the ethical aspects of the Ayurveda, which already Dr. Upadhyay mentioned actually. So every aspect of the realm as far as where the Ayurveda institutions and physicians are supposed to act, every manner Kottakkal Ayurvedishala could exemplify to the entire Ayurveda fraternity. So in that context, I think this seminar, which is now actually conducted for spondylosis, actually very appropriate as per the strength of the Ayurveda. This has to be highly popularized in the entire community, and Ministry of Ayush is also supporting the standardized treatment guidelines. For example, we have published the STG, Standard Treatment Guidelines, through the Directorate General of Health Services for in which our M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir guided us as a mentor to that documentation, and which is actually now available in all the public domain of the Ministry of Ayush as well as the DGHS. So these kinds of scientific discussions and deliberations and documentations are essential for taking Ayurveda to the next what we aspire for the Vikasit Bharat 2047. So on this front, the glorious efforts of Ayurvedishala will be ever remembered, as not only remembered, it will be cherished by the entire humanity, those who seek the healthcare as their own right and healthcare as a clear imprint of traditional medicine, how it can be popularized. So on that ground, I extend my all the best wishes to the Ayurveda Kottakkal and also those who now being conduct these seminar. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We humbly request you to please receive a memento from our managing trustee as a token of our respect and gratitude, sir. Thank you for giving a brief on the path of Ayurveda. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We humbly invite Dr. Vandana Sirohaji, Director Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth, Delhi, for a speech.
ओम धन्वंतरे नमः। सभी को नमस्कार। रिस्पेक्टेड ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष, श्री प्रताप राव गणपत राव यादव जी, ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी आयुष वैद्य राजेश कोटेचा जी, and respected honorable Kaustuv Upadhyay sir, advisor Ministry of Ayush, Dr. A. Raghu, advisor Ministry of Ayush, Dr. P.K. Warrior, P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee Kottakkal Ayurveda, and Dr. Raghuram Ayagiri, who is the Registrar at DPCP, and Dr. Shri H. Hari Kumar, Chief Executive Officer Ayurveda, and Dr. P. Ramakumar, who is the Trustee Manager in Kottakkal Ayurveda. As I can see, many renowned physicians in front of me, Vaidya Arantharaman sir, and Ramesh Warrior sir, and many of the CRAV gurus are also present here. Namada Sharma ji, Preeti Chabra, Rajesh Chabra, and Ashutosh Sharma. Many of the physicians are present here, and the august gathering and the rest of the physicians. A warm welcome from my side. And when I started my career, I visited Kottakkal Ayurveda in Kerala in 2016. So there was some accreditation program. Dr. Ramesh Warrior invited me there. And I was blessed enough because I got interaction with late Shri P.K. Warrior sir, and his blessing started my career when I was in NABH. And he just told me that be focused in your approach whenever you are making any kind of policies for our Ayush system. Ayush altogether is a family. So that was a focused approach. I got his blessings and I started in that way. So I'm very much thankful to God that I got blessing from P.K. Warrior sir. So it gives me immense pleasure to extend my heartiest congratulations to AVSK Hospital Delhi on completion of the glorious 25 years of dedicated service in the field of Ayurveda, and this remarkable journey stands as a testimony to unwavering commitment towards quality in healthcare and patient safety and excellence in research. As I can see that they have attained many of the accreditation. Accreditation is just not a certificate. It shows that you are doing excellence in having quality of your infrastructures in the healthcare management system, and of course the patient safety is the first motto before achieving any kind of accreditation. So they are the best in accreditation in our country, I must say. And recently I visited Germany and had interaction with PM Warrior sir also, that I felt very proud that when I see the Indian brand there in their pharmacy, and that was Kottakkal only. So over the past 3 decades, more than 3 decades, AVS has not merely functioned as a healthcare institution, but has evolved into a respected brand synonymous with the lot of trust, integrity, and innovation in Ayurveda health system. And through its pioneering efforts in clinical excellence, research, and evidence-based practices, AVS has set a new benchmark in Ayurveda treatments and holistic healing. It's actually a motivator for all of us as a physician that excellence can be attained in Ayurveda field. And what truly distinguishes AVS is its steadfast, focused, patient-centric care, continuous innovation while remaining deeply rooted in the classical principles of Ayurveda. By successfully bridging traditional wisdom with modern research methodologies, AVS has strengthened the global credibility of evidence-based Ayurveda, because they have a presence as a pharmacy and as a leader in Ayurveda practices in many parts of the world. And this institution has created a lasting bond of trust with patients, scholars, and wider healthcare community, inspiring confidence across all the spheres of Ayurveda practices. On this proud occasion, I commend the vision, leadership, dedicated physicians, researchers, and staff of AVS for their tireless efforts and exemplary services. I am confident that AVS will continue to scale greater heights, setting new standards in quality, innovation, and compassionate care in the years to come. I once again congratulate all the AVS entire family, wish them the continued success in their noble mission of advancing Ayurveda for the benefit of humanity. Thank you very much. Jai Ayurveda.
Thank you, ma'am. We request you to please receive a memento from our managing trustee as a token of our gratitude to you, ma'am. And thank you for giving us the trajectory towards excellence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We may now call upon Dr. Raghuram Ayagiri, Registrar, Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad, to speak a few words. Sir, please.
Sabhaya Namaha, Sri Dhanvantare Namaha. At the outset, I would like to make my gratitude to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my dear friends, respected Vaidyas from Delhi fraternity, and students, staff of Ayurveda Hospital, Delhi. Many congratulations from my bottom of heart. I would like to convey on this occasion of 25 years of completion of societal service in the form of Ayurveda, spreading the Ayurveda by AHRCRC, Delhi. So basically, I would like to focus in 2-3 points here. I would like to convey the journey of the staff of AHRC over here, because what I was observing since 21 years of my service in Delhi. So they are completing 25 years in AHRC. So when there was Dr. P.R. Ramesh, the medical superintendent, at that time I was joining the duties of Delhi government. So since then we are closely collaborated with for the Ayurveda services, Ayurveda practice in Delhi. So I would like to closely monitor and observe the staff. There are many challenges for AHRC staff, because the language barrier, then weather, food, then stay accommodation, because they are all come from the other like Kerala, their own state. Being that also they are being serving here of these challenges, and only the thing is not changed is their empathy towards the patient where there is a need. So that must be applauded, the staff of AHRC here. So this is a 25 years of service. You are going on the path, and all the Ayurveda Vaidyas, being I am representing the Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad, I would like to convey that the Ayurveda Vaidyas would love to on board with the Kottakkal endeavors. Endeavors in the sense maybe of workshops, maybe of publications, maybe of participating in CME, and they are completing the 62 CME today. And so they are allowed to be part of Kottakkal because the Kottakkal has professionalism, because the Kottakkal has shown the ethics and ground values. They never deviate from the clinical picture. What the clinical action or clinical line of management is given in the text, they are stick to the point. So that is their important thing, and their work ethics. Even though they are come from the Kerala and they are sticking over here, they are transferable. Still, their work ethics is a role model for all of us. So Ayurveda fraternity and should learn these things from the Kottakkal, which is a grand ambassador for Ayurveda in publications, works, and clinical practice, even products and this Ayurveda pharmacopoeia. So now they have added another cap in their feather in another cap, their cap, like they are in the quality journey. I suppose the NABH has been accredited by the Kottakkal in the Kottakkal area itself in the long back. But now since 4-5 years, this AHRC in Delhi have been in the quality journey. That is also to be appreciable. Now they are documenting and so they are giving all the clinical services, of course, so the journey should continue. So on this occasion, I would like to convey the same suggestions to the Delhi branch, that be patent empathy to and patience to the clinical needs of the Ayurveda fraternity, and be collaborative with all other stakeholders, like Dr. Kaustubi's sir saying, that open up your heart and mind, and inclusive, make an inclusive part of Ayurveda fraternity, who are eager to join with you for your work ethics. So I would like to again congratulate all the staff of Kottakkal and also HSRC Delhi, and thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We humbly request you to receive a memento from our managing trustee as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us the crux of Ayurveda. Thank you. Thank you, sir. May we invite Dr. P. Ramkumar, Trust Board Member and Factory Manager, Ayurveda Kottakkal, to propose the vote of thanks.
A very warm good morning to all. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable respected Ayush Minister, who has sent in his message for us today, as he was not able to come. Actually, he had accepted to come, but I think that some pressing work which he was interested upon made him, he couldn't come because of that. So first I would like to thank him for the message. Respected President of today's meeting, Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee and Chief Physician, Ayurveda Kottakkal, revered dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, members of Ayurvedic medical fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. It is my solemn honor and proud privilege to offer a vote of thanks on this auspicious and momentous occasion marking the Padma Bhushan Dr. P.K. Warrior Memorial Ayurveda Seminar Kottakkal, Ask at 62, being conducted by Ayurveda at the national capital. At the very outset, we express our gratitude to Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee and Chief Physician, Ayurveda Kottakkal, for graciously presiding over this function and for delivering the presidential address. Thank you, sir. We offer our respectful and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Kaustubu Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, who has accepted our invitation and graciously inaugurated and blessed this program. Thank you very much, sir. We express our sincere gratitude to Dr. A. Raghu, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, for accepting our invite and gracing this occasion as our honored guest. Thank you very much, sir. We place on record our deep appreciation to Dr. Vandana Shiroha, Director, Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapith, for readily accepting our invitation and honoring Ayurveda by gracing this occasion as our guest. Thank you, madam. We also extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Raghuram Ayagiri, Registrar, Delhi Bharatiya Chikitsa Parishad, for accepting our invite to be our guest of honor today. Thank you very much, sir. Our special and heartfelt thanks to our due to Sri K. Harikumar, CEO Ayurveda Kottakkal, for the gracious welcome address. Thank you, sir. I wish to thank all the speakers who would be deliberating on the topic Ayurvedic perspective and management of spondylosis. The speakers are Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Namburi, former Director, Ayurveda Medical Education, Kerala; Dr. Tanya Sehgal, Director, Clinical Diagnostic Center, Delhi; Dr. Anantram Sharma, Professor, Department of Panchakarma, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi; and Dr. Kiran KG, Medical Officer, AHNRC, Ayurveda Delhi Unit. My sincere thanks to all of you, sir. I place on record our sincere thanks to Dr. P.R. Ramesh, Superintendent, AHNRC East, Ayurveda Kottakkal, who would be moderating the session, and also Dr. Jidesh MK, Senior Medical Officer, QA Department, Ayurveda Kottakkal, who would be making a presentation on some of the new products introduced by Ayurveda recently. We record a sincere appreciation to the members of the organizing committee, the doctors, staff, and devoted volunteers whose meticulous planning, silent dedication, and tireless efforts to ensure the smooth, orderly, and dignified conduct of this program. We acknowledge the cooperation, gracious hospitality, and excellent facilities extended by India International Center, New Delhi, which provided a befitting and serene ambience for this prestigious gathering. Above all, we express our heartfelt gratitude to the august audience for your gracious presence. Your support remains our enduring strength and inspiration. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to the conclusion of inaugural session. We request everyone to reassemble after a short tea break for the technical session. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. We have a technical session, Ayurvedic perspective and management of spondylosis. There is a slight delay. There is a slight delay of 5 minutes. The tea and snacks will be available in 5 minutes. I request you all to please apologize for this delay. A 5 minutes delay for the tea break. We'll shortly start the technical session, Ayurvedic perspective and management of spondylosis. Tea and snacks are ready. I request you all to please enjoy the snacks. And we'll shortly start the technical session. Tea and snacks are ready. I request you all to please avail the service and enjoy your snacks.
आगे उसका पहले वो पहले डॉक्टर वासुदेव नंबर रिपोर्ट है हमारा मैं देखता हूँ MR वासुदेव नंबर 1 फिर तान्या रेडियोलॉजी टाइम क्या नाम है इनका? तान्या सिंह। ठीक है, उसके बाद एम आर वासुदेवन, फिर तान्या सहगल, फिर उसके बाद फिर अनंतराम शर्मा, ठीक है, उसके बाद किरण के जी, वो भी आ गया। उसके बाद प्रोडक्ट टेप सर्कल, ठीक है। भाई कुछ करना नहीं है ना, चला लेंगे अपना ना, चला लेंगे। ये रख लेना। कर देगा। अरे यूज करना पड़ता है। अरे भूल गया होगा, कोई बात नहीं। ये वायर लंबा है, उस पे ज्वाइन करेगा, वो ज्वाइन करके इधर करेगा। आ रहा हो जाएगा
നൂറ്റാണ്ടിന്റെ ഔഷധ സംസ്കാരം, ആയുർവേദ പാരമ്പര്യത്തിന്റെ ആധുനിക മുഖം. ആര്യവൈദ്യശാല, കോട്ടക്കൽ.
ആ മൈക്കും വെക്കാം ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇതൊരു ഇത്തിരി. ഹലോ 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 മറ്റേ മൈക്ക്. സോറി. ഹലോ 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 ക്ലിയർ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो चेक
ये ठीक है ना? इसमें तो थोड़ा मतलब ये थोड़ा ये जैसा ठीक है ना? इधर एक बार टेस्ट करके देखो. हेलो 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 टेस्टिंग.
अरे ये बढ़ाना जरा.
हेलो टेस्टिंग.
ये कॉर्डेस में कॉर्डेस बढ़ाना. नहीं ऊपर मत लगाइए सर. ऊपर लगा.
हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग. हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग. हेलो 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 टेस्टिंग. हेलो हेलो हेलो. नहीं है ना, बट वैसे तो ये ठीक है. हेलो 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 टेस्टिंग. हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग. हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग. हेलो वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू यू ऑल. हेलो हेलो. ठीक है बट मुझे लग रहा है तो हम ये करते वक्त इसको ऑफ कैसे करें? ये बेटर ट्राई करेंगे. हेलो 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 टेस्टिंग. चेक चेक. हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग. हेलो. ये थोड़ा हाँ इसको थोड़ा मैं इधर पहले इसको चेक करता हूँ.
We'll commence the seminar in 5 minutes. May I request the participants, audience, and all standing outside the hall to please be present inside the seminar hall. We will start this technical session shortly. We will commence the seminar shortly. May I request all to please be settled inside the seminar hall. We will commence the technical session shortly. May I request Dr. P.R. Ramesh, Superintendent, AHNRC, Kottakkal East Ayurveda Shala, to please I request Dr. P.R. Ramesh, Superintendent, AHNRC, Kottakkal East Ayurveda Shala, and Trustee to please be present on the dais. May I invite Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri, Director of Ayurvedic Medical Education, Kerala, onto the dais. May I invite Dr. Tanya Segal, Director, Clinical Diagnostic Center, Karkaduma, East Delhi. May I invite her onto the dais. May I invite Dr. Anantaram Sharma, Professor, Department of Panchakarma, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi, onto the dais. May I invite Dr. Kiran KG, Medical Officer, AHNRC, Delhi, Ayurveda Shala, onto the dais. We are commencing the technical session shortly. I request you all to please be settled. May I request Dr. P.R. Ramesh to give a brief about the seminar and address the session, and also to introduce the speakers of the seminar. Dr. P.R. Ramesh, Superintendent, AHNRC, Kottakkal East, and Trustee of Ayurveda Shala.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. Today, as we know, we have gathered here for a CME actually on spondylosis. So first of all, we all know that we are all practitioners. I need not discuss more about that, and more details are going to be presented here by our experts. It is a broad term. Spondylosis is a broad term, and we can almost say that today's lifestyle always lead to these kind of problems, because there is a saying that actually people who walk on two legs have this problem, cervical and lumbar spondylosis, whereas animals don't get that much. So we are paying the price for sitting continuously for long hours, doing in computers, and that kind of desk jobs lead to degeneration. And we can also discuss in this aspect about, simply we say Griva Graham, Kadi Graham and all, but Asti Dhatu Samkshayam also is happening in many of the diseases, we will be seeing that completely degenerated spine where Ayurveda treatment is very, very effective, because it is from the experience I am telling you. Last, we are all practicing. Ayurveda Shala has got a lot of clinical experience in this field. So we may not be able to completely reverse the changes which have already occurred, but we are in a position to help them to improve their quality of life. I will speak after the during the concluding of this seminar. So first of all, I invite all the dignitaries in the stage. Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir is our guru in all aspects. Sir is discussing about clinical approaches of spondylosis, practical insights from Ayurvedic practice. Then Dr. Tania Segalji is a renowned radiologist. She is practicing, her lab is near our hospital only. So Madam will be presenting about the modern insights with her slides on X-rays and all. Yeah. And Dr. Anant Ram Sharma ji also is a renowned physician, both practitioner as well as the theoretical expert, head of Department of Panchakarma, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Ayurvedic understanding of spondylosis, classical concepts, correlations and emerging research. And then Dr. Kiran from Ayurveda Shala, he is also a very bright physician among us and a very learned person and have practical experience in treating this Ayurvedic management of spondylosis in the Kottakkal way. Kiran. So I would like to start the session as early as possible. I am requesting all of you to take 20 minutes for the presentation, and the question answer session, are we doing it after each session or last?
At last.
Last we are doing that, the question answer session, and that is it. So the stage is yours now. I think that who are presenting can stay here, others can sit there so that they can see the slides very clear. We'll go first time. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We welcome Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir to the session. Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri is a highly respected Ayurvedic physician, academician and administrator. He completed his undergraduate education at Kottakkal Ayurveda College in 1978 and obtained his MD in Kaya Chikitsa and Panchakarma with distinction from the Government Ayurveda College, Thiruvananthapuram. He also received advanced clinical training under the eminent Ashtavaidyan Padma Shri E.T. Neelakandan Moose. Commencing his academic career in 1981, Dr. Nambudiri held several senior academic and administrative positions, including professorship, medical superintendent, and principal, before retiring in 2010 as Director of Ayurvedic Medical Education, Government of Kerala. He also received as principal of Amrita School of Ayurveda with over 25 years of postgraduate teaching experience. He has supervised 65 research dissertations. Dr. Nambudiri served as a member of Central Council of Indian Medicine for a decade and has presented numerous research papers at national and international forums. His contribution to Ayurvedic education have been recognized with the Best Teacher Award from both Central Council of Indian Medicine and the Government of Kerala, in addition to the state government's Good Service Entry. He has delivered invited lectures on Ayurveda across more than 13 countries worldwide. I invite Dr. Nambudiri sir onto the stage. We request the participants to note down their questions during the presentation, clearly mentioning their own speaker's name and their own name. All questions will be collated and addressed during the discussion session at the end of the seminar. Thank you, sir.
Respected Dr. P. Madhavankutti Warrior, Managing Trustee, respected trust board members and high officials of Ayurveda Shala Kottakkal, esteemed Ayurveda fraternity from Delhi, dear delegates and my dear students. It's a very rare opportunity for me to stand before you, Ayurveda fraternity of Delhi, Ayurvedishala Kottakkal gave me a chance to be here. I am very highly indebted to Ayurvedishala Kottakkal because I am an alumni of Kottakkal Ayurveda College. I completed my graduation from Kottakkal from 72 to 77. Actually, the 5.5 years spent there at Kottakkal molded my career, and I don't know how I can express my gratitude to this esteemed institution. First of all, let me start with the spondylosis. Namami Sannandarim Adidevam Surasureru Andida Padavalpam Loke Jiraru Bhayamurti Nasham Thadaramisham Vivithaushadhinam. You see, our spine is, a wonderful miracle organ of our body, because, here, the flexibility and sustainability, both are compromised, both are kept in. It's a very wonderful compromise between two opposing necessities, stability and flexibility. Development of various curvatures of the spine is also very important. When you study anatomy, this is very, very important, the curvature of the spine. In most of the cases, in degenerative cases, this curvature will be absent. The straightening of the vertebral column is a pathological condition. You see, the average weight of our head is almost 6 to 7 kilos. The tennis elbow rarely occurs because of the game of tennis. It's more often a presentation of cervical spondylosis. Pain, pain actually is felt due to the irritation of the nerves by the affected vertical vertebral. Some more root may extend, some cases more widely than the recognized distribution. You see, this is the curvature, normal curvature, where it is in pathological cases almost it is affected. See, this is the spine condition. This one is normal disc, the second one is degenerative disc, the other one is a bulging disc, then herniated disc, then thinning of the disc, and thinning and osteophyte formation. The last one is very difficult, and as Ramesh told, it is very difficult to reverse the pathology because already the damage occurred. In those conditions also, definitely with Ayurvedic management, we can restore the functions. That is the wonder of Ayurveda. Even though the degeneration is there, with the muscle strengthening exercise and with a good Ayurvedic management, definitely we can restore the functions, even though the osteophyte formation and degeneration cannot be reversed. You see, this is a picture when we are doing the usual works in the household activities, the tension occurred, muscle to the muscle and the vertebral disc, you see the tension. If you are keeping a normal posture, the tension is minimal. But when we are keeping abnormal positions like, definitely the tension will be more, which causes the degenerative processes. Usually in Rigveda, one mantra is Sarvaroga Shamana Mantra. Sarvaroga Shamana Mantra. In that, the second mantra is Grivaphyasta Ushnigapya Kigasapya Anukyal Yashmam Doshanam Amsapyam Bahupyam Vivraha Mite, which means that someone is praying to the god, please remove my diseases from the Griva, all these Bahu, like that, which means that, this is not a new problem. This was an old problem, the cervical spondylosis and related musculoskeletal problems are old problems. Even though we are now discussing this problem, we are trying to find out a good remedy, good managing the system for the existing problem. You see, stiffness, if it is occurring to the griva, that can be called as griva griha. If it is occurring to the kadi part or lower part of vertebral column, it can be kadi griha. Then pain, the on one side it is Griva Shula, the other side it is Kadi Shula. In Vishwaji, radiating pain to the upper limbs, it can be called as Vishwaji. The otherwise, it is lower limbs if it is Grithasi. Hence, pain, stiffness and radiating pain. Stiffness, pain and radiating pain are the cardinal features of all the spondylosis problem. You see, one theory is there. What is the definition of a disease? Tattal lakshana bodhit abhyantara vigriti parambara eva paramarthato roga. Tal lakshana bodhit abhyantara vigriti parambara eva paramarthato roga. Signs and symptoms are the language of the body by which it is communicating with the physician. According to Kerala physicians like Dr. Rajagopalan sir, Dr. P.K. Warrior sir, Dr. Rakamadhanulpad, if you are targeting the signs and symptoms, definitely the medicines will go to the affected part of the interior part of the body. That is the theory. We have to, because Ayurveda is a Lakshana Shastra. Some 100 years back there was no blood testing, no scanning, nothing was there. Even at that time, the doctors were able to make diagnosis and do good treatment. Why? They are inferring the underlying pathology from the signs and symptoms. Hence, the signs and symptoms are the language of the body by which it is communicating with the physicians. Hence, we have to give more importance to, for example, the pain is there, but along with the pain, some level of daha or burning sensation is there. We have to change the medicine because, the underlying pathology is somewhat different. If you are going to when we are going to the treatment principles, you see, the first line should be anti-inflammatory and the second line should be anti-degenerative. Anti-inflammatory treatment means, it should be always without application of any thaila or without giving any girda or anything, Actually, anti-inflammatory treatment means, it is Pachana Dipana. When we do some Pachana Dipana treatments, at that time definitely when it is coming down, at that time we can Kashayavana, like Jarajilsa, Kashayavana Vatyanir, Deshahid Lenkide, Sarpirdadyal, Kape Mande Vatavitotari. When Kapha is coming down and when the disease becomes Vatavitotara, at that time only we can do some Brahmana treatment or anti-degenerative treatment. Initially, definitely we have to treat with Pachana, Dipana, Kashaya, Levana, Rutshasveda. All those things can be advised for 3 to 5 days or 5 to 7 days, by which, Pirutshane Lankanavat Krita Adikrita Lakshanam. Pirutshane Lankanavat Krita Adikrita Lakshanam. When we are doing some Rutshana Jilsa, we have to see the Lankana Samyak Yoga. Lankana Samyak Yoga, do you know what is a Lankana Samyak Yoga? Vyati Mardavam Utsaha Standra Nashasya Lenkide. Vyati Mardavam. When the symptoms are coming down, Vyati Mardava, we are getting some level of Upashaya. Definitely at that time we can stop all the Rushana Prakriya, Levana and everything. We can go for Brahmana Jilsa or anti-degenerative Jilsa. We can see the Virutshane Lankanavat Krita Atikrita Lakshanam. Whenever we see some Upashaya or Vyati Mardava, the patient is having some level of comfort. At that time, all the medicines can be stopped and we can go for anti-degenerative management. Hence, but in modern medicine, that is not the thing. When we are getting the improvement, the doctor will say, continue those medicines for some more days. But our theory is not like that because, because idameva prathanam idam neti chikilsayam. Idameva prathanam idam neti chikilsayam. Chikilsayam prathanam avastha vithanam. That particular clinical condition is most important when we design a medicine or when we prefer or prescribe a treatment modality. Hence, anti-inflammatory, Pachana, Dipana, Shamana, Aushadha, Rasanadi Kashayam, whatever may be, any Kashaya can be given But you know, at that time, don't use any kind of oil for external application, or don't give any krita for internal use also. Ruksha Kriya, Levana, all those things can begin. Then anti-degenerative, you know, Kritapana, Taila Prayoga, Virechana, for Virechana, especially for low backache and lumbar spondylosis. To prevent recurrence, you know, that is also Hetu Linge Prashamane, Yoganam Abunarpave. 4 things are there. Hetu, Linge, Prashamane. A Vaidya Vidyarthi or medical student is studying 4 things. Hetu, what is the etiological factors of a disease? Lingam, what are the signs and symptoms? Prashamane, what are the line of management? Loganam Apunarpave, Jnanam Chadurvitham Isya, Say Rajarho Pishakmata. Hetu, Linge, Prashamane, Yoganam Apunarpave, Jnanam Chadurvitham Isya, Say Rajarho Pishakmata. Hence, you know, that is very, very important. What all measures should be taken for the Apunarpava or for avoiding the recurrence? That is also very, very important. For avoiding especially this low back pain, you know, and this lumbar spondylosis, Kshira Vasti and all other Vastis are considered to be very effective. You see, actually, Vata Shonida is not a single disease. You see, it is a disease spectrum. I once, you know, when I was presenting a paper on Vata Shonida, I can enumerate some 17, 18 clinical conditions now which we are facing, you know, which can be managed with Vata Shonida line of management. Even certain type of kushtas, even certain types of malignancies can be managed with Vata Shonida Chikitsa. Because you see, that treatment in Ashtahridaya especially is described as the 22nd chapter of Chikitsa. In Ashtahridaya, there are first chapter is Jara Chikitsa, the 22nd chapter is Vata Shonida. Because, you know, all the diseases, remaining diseases, which with the 21 chapters, he described many diseases. All the remaining diseases comes under Vata Shonida. Because, you know, under Vata Shonida, in my opinion, almost 17 to 18 clinical conditions included. Hence, you see, some of them are enumerated. Rheumatic fever, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, gouty arthritis, etc., etc., etc. Many cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, fibromyalgia. Like that, you know, many clinical conditions are managed with Vata Shonida line of management. I need not explain about the treatment modalities or medicines, because you may be knowing, you are all scholars in this field. You see, then some medicines I am just explaining. Rasana Saptagam Kashaya, Rasana Irandadi, Pranamadi, some Kashaya. The first line is for cervical spondylosis, the second one is for lumbar spondylosis. You see, why the Prasaranyadi Kashaya is written in red color? Anyone can anyone say? Can anyone say why Prasaranyadi Kashaya? This is an odd fitting in this thing, because it contains Leshina, which is not at all suitable for Vata Shonida. We cannot see Leshina in the management of Vata Shonida. Why? Vittarekta Vinirmukta Samastau Avarnadrde Shuddheva Vidyadevayu Nadravya Leshina Alparam. If Pittavrata is there, if Rektavrata is there, Rekta involvement is there, Leshina cannot be used. That is why in Vata Shonida you cannot see a single, you cannot see a preparation which includes Leshina in the management of Vata Shonida. Rasa Irandadi, Rasa Aptakam, Rasana Panjaga, any Kashaya Maharasadi, any Kashaya you go through, Leshina is not there. Because if Leshina is added, you know, that will cause Rekta Dushti. But Prasaranya Kashaya can be given in radiating pain, Vishwachi, in cervical spondylosis. That is why it is written in Prasaranya, this red color. The other side also I can write one, Leshina Kshira, Vadagulma Udavartam Grithrasim Vishamajram, Hridrogam Vidrisim Shosham, Sadhayatyash Talpaya. You see, Vadagulma Udavartam Grithrasi. Grithrasi is told as an indication of Leshina Kshira, but it can be used for Ashtavarga Kashaya also can be used at that time, which contains Lashana. But we cannot use this Lashana Kshira for Kadigraha alone. If radiating pain alone is there, then only we can use. This is the beauty of Ayurveda. That is why I told Tatta Lakshana Bodhi Abhyantara Vigriti Parambara Eva Yoga. Moreover, you know, Avastha Vithanam is the most important thing in the clinical management. You see, Kriya Kramas, Uddartanam can be done, Dusha Sweda can be done. When pain is there, definitely Deshamula Kashaya Thara is good. Some students may ask, which is the clinical indication for Deshamula Kashaya Thara and Thaniyamala Thara? I clearly say that when pain is there, Deshamula Kashaya Thara is good. After some 3-4 days of Deshamula Kashaya Thara, it can be changed to Deshamula Kshira Thara. Then when we get Upashayam, at that time we can go for application of Taila. This is the order. Deshamula Kashaya Thara, Deshamula Kshira Thara, then Taila application. You see, when pain is there, Deshamula Kashaya Thara is good. But when pain is not there, you know, at that time, Thaniyamala Thara is good. For example, in Pakshaghata and Parkinsonism, there is no pain. At that time, if Nide Niramadam Same, Sweda Lankana Vajanehi, Luchaista Aleva Sayagadir, Kuryal Kevala Vadanus, Kevalam Nirivastambam, Adosnahir Vajani. Hence, if you want to do some Saga or Dhara or Pakshaghata or Parkinsonism patient, the best one is Thaniyamala. Virucha, I already explained this. Viruchana Lankanavat Krita Atikrita Lakshanam. Vimalendriyada Sargo Malanam Lakavanji, Shutr Sakhode Shutta Gavira Vulgara Gantata, Vyadhi Mardagam Utsaha, Standrana Ashastalankidi. When we are doing Ruchada, if you are getting some Upashaya, at that time definitely we can go for Taila. You see, there is much difference in cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis. Cervical spondylosis occurring on Kapasthana, but lumbar spondylosis occurring on Vadasthana. Hence, you know, this is a Vata Kapha disorder. The other one is a mere Vata disease. There, you know, we have to do some Amahara treatment only for 1 or 2 or 3 days. But here, definitely we have to do Amahara treatment for 5 to 7 days. Levana, Rucha Sweda, all these things can be done for 5 to 7 days. Then we can go for application of Taila. Otherwise, definitely we will see Anupashaya. That is the beauty of Ayurveda. Because, you know, in modern medicine, such classification is not there. Sir, spondylosis, go on. For both spondylosis, same line of management. Moreover, one more very important thing is there. This Kadigraha is occurring on Apanasthana. Udanam yojayed urthvam apanancha anilomayil. In cervical spondylosis, no anilomana is necessary. Hence, you know, in lumbar spondylosis, we can go for Hingavajadi Churna for making anilomana, for Erendus Kumara can be given for making the loose stool. Moreover, Virejana can be given. Anilomana treatment is having much importance in, and Avagaha are having much importance in Kadigraha. But this area, you know, is not having, doesn't need any kind of anilomana treatment. Vyadhi Mardava Utsahas Tandra Nashasta Linkide. Then Karpasasthyadi Tailam, but when this radiating pain and everything is, you know, at that time Karpasastya Tailam, Kottakkal, Thailand, Hanandra, Yedaki Mula Velati Belana, Yedbakalena Resayana Bivakum, Thailam Analpa Tushoda Gayuktam, Marudam, Astikatam Vinihandi. This is considered to be one of the best, especially for the neck massage in spondylosis. Ketaki Muradi, Gurgulutan Kradam, Sandhyastima Jagadamapyada Kustam either. Gurgulutan Kradam can be used for internal use. You see, I learned one very good treatment clue from Sri S. Warrior when I was studying for degree at Kottakkal. He always used to give milk as anivana when he is prescribing Gulgulutan Krita. Why? Because Gulgulutan Krita is having some level of Tishrata, which can be corrected with anivana of milk. He every time, you know, we usually prescribe Gulgulutan Krita at bedtime 1 teaspoon for a very long period. That doesn't produce any cholesterol, nothing is there. nothing will happen. No side effect. But you know, it is having high anti-degenerative effect is there. In due course, definitely it will correct the degeneration already occurred. But you know, we have to give, especially in summer season, March, April, May, you know, if you are giving Guruvritam Krita, in that season, that Kritam is not indicated, but if you are giving, definitely cold milk should be given as Anuvana. This message this information I got from Sri S. Warrior, I worship him. Then Murvana is a Kerala preparation that is also considered to be one of the best, especially for the acute problem. You see, Kriyakrama Sneha, usually we do Shamana Snehhavana only. Hastane Jirna Evane, Snehocha Shuthe Bahu, Shamana Shuddo to Anana. When the patient is having good appetite by 9 or 9:30, without giving breakfast, he will be given Krita, and after digestion of the Krita, then 50 ml, 75 ml, 100 ml. From 100 ml onwards, we don't go up. We will stop 100 ml, 100 ml, 100 ml up to 7 days. Then some Sweda is given, then Virejana can be given, then some level of Shuddhi, Deha Shuddhi occurred. At that time, we can go for Shamana Chikitsa, Virejana, Griva, Kadi Piju, Griva, Kadi Vasti. All these things are considered to be very effective. Almost all these treatment will prevent the further degeneration. Moreover, it will be the degeneration already occurred will be corrected also. That is the wonder of Ayurveda. I have seen one patient, you know, a patient from Oman. I treated him with this Guluguritam Krita and everything, and he went there and continued the medicine for 6 months. And after 1 year he came. When we took the X-ray, you know, total degeneration gone. I was very wondered because, you know, that is why our medicines are effect on Sandhyasti Majjagadamapyata. It is clearly acting on this Asti Majja. For, see, when we study the Samyak Yoga of Snehhavana, Vadanaromyam Deeptokni, these are all subjective lakshanas. But Varchasniktham, this is an objective side. Varchasniktham means some level of Krita will be excreted to the fecal matter. Usually what the teacher says, the body is already saturated with the Krita and the further absorption is not possible. That is why it is excreted to the fecal matter. Usually the teachers say like that, but that is not the answer. When we learn about the Dhatu Malas, Kapapittam Malakeshu, Prasvedo Nakaromacha, Sneho Achitva Visham. The Snega part which is seen in wit is the Majja, is the Malabhava of Majja Dhatu. Which means that when we take Snehhavana for 6 or 7 days, actually the Sneha is going to the Majja Dhatu. Kapapittam Malakkeshu Prasvedo Nakaromacha Sneho Achitva Visham. 6th Dhatu is Majja Dhatu. 5th Dhatu, Asti Dhatu. All these, our medicines, when we do Snehhavana, our medicines are reaching to very deep level. Which means that, you know, the Majja Dhatu can be corrected. That is why this, our Kapala Majja can be called as brain. And that is why when we use Snehhavana in Unmada, Avasmara, all these things, you know, definitely the medicine will go directly because the Krita can cross blood-brain barrier and definitely it will go to brain. You listen to me. Very interesting thing is that, you know, no kashayas are meant in the management of Vadavyati, Avasmara, Unmada in classical text. But we use Agarasadi and Gandharvasadi, all those things for making Anilomana alone. For the actual disease, you know, we have to use Thaila or Krita. Because Thaila and Krita, especially Krita alone, can reach the brain. No other medicine, even Kashaya, Jorna, nothing can go to the brain. That is why Brahmi, Krita, these Arista preparations also can go to cross the blood-brain barrier because alcohol can cross BBB. You see, localized pain. Radiating pain, Prasaranyadi Kashayam, Karpasa Sedailam, Rasananyadi Kashayam initially cannot be given with the GGT, Gurgurutam Krita. Why? because Amatva is there. At that time, some Yoga Raja Guru or anything can be given. After 5 to 7 days, you can use Krita for as Anivana because Sarpis Tailam Emergidam. That is the Anivana for Rasa Indadikasha. It can be given. You see, the one man is actually holding more than 100 kilo weight. He is not having cervical spondylosis. But you see, this man is sitting before the computer for 8 hours on a day, 5 days in a week, almost 300 days in a year. You see, he is having spondylosis. Why? This is the irony actually. One man is holding weight, but he is not having. The other man is having the problem because he is not at all holding, but he is having cervical spondylosis. Why? Because this second man is not at all strengthening his muscles. The other man is strengthening his muscle. Hence, strengthening the paraspinal muscles is very, very important. Especially, I already told you that 6 to 7 kilos are there for head. We have to hold the head 24 hours or at least 10 to 12 hours on a day. Hence, we have to strengthen our cervical muscles or lumbar muscles. Otherwise, definitely degeneration will affect. Hence, in daily practice, you have to do some good exercises for strengthening our cervical muscles and lumbar muscles. Otherwise, everybody will be affected with this spondylosis after 50 or 60 years of age. You see, this is the interdiscal pressure during various postures. When we are doing this position, some electrician and other people, doing like this, he will be having more strain on his cervical disc, he will be affected with the spondylosis very soon. You see, lumbar spondylosis, localized pain, the best medicine is Maharasadi. In Kerala, we see, we use Maharasadi Kashaya with Dhanadra, Avarti, or then Gandharvasadi Kashaya with Hindu Jadi Churna for Anilomana, then Sakajaradi. I think I did among the Kottakkal doctors, if I am describing all these medicines, I will be a fool. I am not at all explaining all these medicine. Lesionate Shira, I already told that, especially radiating when it is considered to be very good. And then when the lower limbs are more affected, at that time, Sakajaradi Kashaya is indicated. In lumbar spondylosis, surgical indications are two. One, when the patients are having bowel bladder involvement, at that time, definitely that is a surgical case. When the patient is having total weakness of both lower limbs, that is also a surgical case. All the other cases, definitely we can manage it properly very well. You see, intervertebral discs lack. Actually, it is not at all, disc is not at all having any blood supply or any nerve supply. Its nourishment is getting from the fluid, body fluids. In conditions such as compression or any other pathological changes, damage to the surrounding structures occurs. This disruption compromises the intervertebral nutritional support, leading to further degeneration. That is very, very important. Disc is not having any blood supply or nerve supply. When we do like this, many postures we are doing. At that time, the body fluid, when we are lying down, we are sitting. When the body fluids are entering into a disc and giving some nutrition, and it is coming out. In that way, exchange of body fluid is going on. That is why it is getting nourishment. When we are sitting for 8 hours on a day, the discs are compressed. At that time, the body fluids cannot enter the disc and it gets degenerated with the continuous practice of sitting for many hours on a day. Hence, do not sit for more than half an hour, even for a seminar. Rutshana Jigilsa, Padana Jigilsa, the time is over, sorry. And then Bhakya Abhyandra, then these are the Kriya Kramas which can be done. Many Kriya Kramas there according to the Avastha, we can do all these things. Then Virajana is very, very, very important with Nirgundi, because Nirgundi is having a specific effect, a local effect on Kadi area. That is why it is done. Then this is the Kshiravasti combination. Erandamula Kshiravaka 240 ml. Kshiral Parsudau Karyo Matutaila Kratastraya Kajena Matito Vasti Vadakano Belavarnagal. If constipation is there, we can add instead of Gurugritan Krada, Sukumara Krada. In gynec problems also, we can use Tanandra Daila, but instead of Gurugritan, Sukumara Krada can be used. Then in arthritic patients, Uduji Kshiravaka can be added. In osteoporosis and osteopenia, the best Kshiravaka is, can you say, anybody can say? Panchatiktaka. Because Jadan Kshirakradayil, Kshirakradayil, Tikta Sammittir Vasti Vichada. Panchatiktaka Kwatha is, Kshiravaka is very effective in doing Vasti, for doing Vasti in osteoporosis and osteopenia, because Kshira along with the Tikta Drivya alone can nourish the brain, nourish the bone. Then Ayurveda plus physiotherapy is maximum result. I wish to say that 2 plus 2 is equal to 5. Ayurveda plus physiotherapy. Because anti-inflammatory management, IFT, TENS, ultrasound, everything can be used initially. Then they can go for muscle strengthening exercise. Hence, when we are using Padanadivana treatment, at that time anti-inflammatory, IFT, TENS, everything can be used. When we go do anti-degenerative treatment, the physiotherapist can do this muscle strengthening exercise. One of the physiotherapy text, the chapter of cervical spondylosis. Physiotherapy test. The first sentence is, cervical spondylosis is the bread and butter of a physiotherapist. That's the first sentence in that book. You see, which means that, this is an inevitable treatment modality in the management of cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis. Ayurveda doesn't give 100% result. But if you are combining both these, 110% result, I can assure you. You see, this is a case study with 2 minutes. This is one word that is very peculiar. That is why a patient came, he is having spondylosis, but the problem is he is not complaining of the pain, but he is having dysphagia, difficulty in swallowing. Then he went to the orthopedician, they took the X-ray, MRI, everything. You see, this is the problem. Within C5 and C6, the osteophyte is pushing the esophagus. That is why he is having this dysphagia, pushing the esophagus. How can he then he swallow? Then they suggested no remedy except surgery. Then for the fear of surgery, he came to me. Then you see, I already told you that Sattal Lakshana Bhavati Abhyantara Vigriti Paramparaya Chikitsa. You see, then what we can do? We have to treat Bhaktarotha, not spondylosis. You see, Bhaktarotha Chikitsa is done. Hingavajadi Churna, Kandhe Bandham Hrigadam Pandirogam in Hingavajadi Churna, Daddy Madhikra, the most Anilomanakrata, the Handandra Taila for Pichu over this area. Then Talam, this is a wonderful medicine. I can tell you, this Nimbamradadi Eranda plus Kachuradi Churana Tala is one of the best analgesic medicine for patients suffering from cervical spondylosis. Best analgesic. With 2 or 3 applications, the patient will be relieved from pain. One thing you should take care, don't tell the patient, don't take head bath every day. Once in a week or twice in a week alone, you have to take head bath. Every day apply this Nimbamradadi Kachuradi Tala. Definitely that will be that is having very good analgesic effect. Then physiotherapy, cervical traction, everything is done. You see, after 10 days, the patient was able to swallow without any difficulty. This is the wonder of Ayurveda. We have not treated the spondylosis, but we treated with Bhaktarotha Chikitsa. Then this is the Bhumi Deha Prabhedena Deshamahurihadvitha. This is the Bhumi Deha. Then Jangaram Vadahuishtam, he is explaining the Desha. But Deha Desha is very important. Here for cervical spondylosis, Deha Desha is here. For lumbar spondylosis, it is on the lower side of the body. In both places, you know, the dosha adhisthana differs. According to that, we have to decide different lines of management. But for modern medicine, only one line of management is there. But for we people, our treatment line is entirely different. Here we have to use nasya and everything. The other side we have to use virejana vasti and everything. You see, this is the beauty of Ayurveda. Moreover, the first line of management always should be anti-inflammatory. The second line should be anti-degenerative. With these few words, I am concluding. So I think I took more than 5 minutes exercising. Sorry for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We request you to please receive a memento and certificate of appreciation from our managing trustee. May I invite our managing trustee onto the dais to bestow the memento and certificate of appreciation to Dr. M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri for his wonderful insights from Ayurvedic procedure. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The next speaker will be Dr. Tanya Segal, Director, Clinical Diagnostic Center, Karkadoma. She will speak on radiological insights and diagnostic perspectives of spondylosis. We request the participants to note down their questions during the presentation and clearly mentioning their speaker's name. Dr. Tanya Segal is a leading radiologist in East Delhi with extensive expertise in diagnostic sonography, CT, MRI, and interventional radiology. She is an alumna of prestigious Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi, and completed her radiology training at Pandit B.D. Sharma PGIMS, Rohtak, and Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center, Delhi. She has also worked at Tata Memorial Hospital, where she further strengthened her skills in advanced oncology and interventional imaging. An astute clinician and accomplished healthcare entrepreneur, Dr. Sehgal heads East Delhi's oldest diagnostic center, overseeing operations and leading a multidisciplinary team of over 30 professionals. She is an NABH assessor for radiology centers, known for her unwavering focus on quality standards, patient safety, and clinical governance. Beyond clinical practice, Dr. Sehgal is deeply engaged in philanthropic healthcare initiatives. She serves as a governing council member of NGO Doctors for You, where she plays a key role in managing and strengthening radiology services across government and charitable healthcare facilities throughout. I welcome you, ma'am.
Anything we can... Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Ayurveda Kottakkal on their Silver Jubilee celebration, and I am thankful to the management for giving me an opportunity to be at this momentous occasion and sharing with you my perspectives from the radiology point of view. So, radiology lies on the hub. We are, although developed as an allopathic specialty, but nowadays it's foremost for all the fields, be it Ayurveda, homeopathy, or allopathy, because now our patients wants an answer to what exactly they are suffering before we start their treatment. And Dr. Nambudiri sir has given an excellent insight into the practical approaches, and from treatment to the diagnosis, it's been an enlightening session for me too. And my purpose here today is not to add on to the words and jargons of radiology, but to make these words easier for you to interpret when you get a report. What exactly was the radiologist trying to tell you? What he was seeing in the patient's exam. You are seeing the physical aspect, and we are seeing what's inside him. That's my main purpose, and if I am able to get that message across, I'll be very happy. Yeah. So spondylosis, we've just heard from sir, but I'm just recapitulating few things from my end. So it's a structural disorder with definitely functional consequences. In simple terms, it's age-related degenerative changes of the spine. But in today's world, the youngsters are aging rapidly with screens, with our sedentary lifestyle. And at the same time, the elders are not willing to accept their age. They're aging, but they want to be as active as they were in their 20s and 30s. It's a good thing. Our medicine is advancing. Our lifestyle is strenuous enough. And as patients, they want to be active the way they were in their younger age. So functionally, anatomically, it involves the intervertebral discs, the vertebral bodies, the facet joints and ligaments. Clinical manifestations, sir has very well presented, and I'll just like to put them down as we see them as functional consequences. Neck pain, stiffness, radicular pains and neurological deficits come later on. Why radiology matters? One, to confirm the diagnosis. Secondly, to grade the severity. And third, it identifies complications and finds the red flags where we might be thinking it is spondylosis and we end up having something else inside, lurking inside the patient's body. As well as it helps monitor the patient's progression of the disease and response to the therapy which we are giving. And foremost, the biggest, boldest point which I want to get across, imaging complements clinical examination. It does not replace it. So the bigger picture, radiology helps to detect early degeneration, identifies pain generator, assesses neural compression and the red flags. The images are not so well over here, but I hope my other images come out well. So this patient over here came us for spondylosis. He had got a lumbar spine stiffening and everything, back pain was there. And when we did an MRI, this is just the last section over here. And we saw he has a abscess in the dorsal spine. So this we wouldn't have picked up only on an X-ray. Another patient here, a young patient, he had come with a similar stiffness and back pain, had an unrelated history of trauma, and what MR picked up was this small lesion over here, which was a fracture. So these are the things where radiology comes into place, that the clinical finding was related to a back pain and stiffness, and underlying there was another problem lurking. So common types of spondylosis, they are cervical, thoracic and lumbar. Thoracic spine is rarely symptomatic, and it usually we see them in spondyloarthropathies, not in spondylosis, where these become rarely symptomatic. Cervical and lumbar spondylosis are the most commonly seen clinically in clinical scenario. So the radiologist's armamentarium, X-ray, CT and MRI. So X-ray helps us to see for the osteophyte formation, disc space narrowing, end face sclerosis, the facet joints and alignment abnormalities. CT, and I'm going to speak really less on it because we see it only as only where there is complications of bone anatomy, where we have to assess post-op patients, where there's dense calcification and spondylosis, which we are not able to assess on MRI and X-rays. And in practical scenarios, we rarely get CT as requisitions for such for spondylosis. So MRI plays a role in finding about the disc, which we can't see well on X-ray and CT, on assessing the nerve root compressions, on getting to know more about the spinal stenosis and the sac indentations, the ligament hypertrophies, and obviously the cord changes, which later come on there. So what should be a requisition which a radiologist is expecting from a clinician? On an X-ray, AP and lateral views. We always need two views. That's the beauty of our field. We do not prefer to comment on one view, because many times the diagnosis is totally changed when we have the other view in hand. Another aspect which we see are dynamic views, which are rarely ordered, but they play a role in looking for the alignment abnormalities. And what are these dynamic views? These are flexion extension views, in which an X-ray is acquired when the patient is actively flexing his neck or flexing his back and extending it. In CT, we need a non-contrast CT with thin cuts and with 3D reconstructions and multiplanar formats. MRI, a non-contrast MRI is suffices, and it should be a dedicated study of the dorsal, lumbar, cervical spine. Many times we get requisitions for a screening spine. These although they give the perception that we screen the whole spine, we should get our diagnosis, but they are partial studies. We need a dedicated study to look for the nerves. So what does the X-ray find? It looks for the chronic structural changes. It does not define the pain intensity the patient has. It cannot assess for inflammation. What we see on X-rays are these four vital things: osteophytes, disc space narrowing, end plate changes, and the alignment changes of the spine. So osteophytes, you can see this is a grade 0. There are no osteophytes over here. Osteophytes are bony projections arising from the end plates of the vertebral bodies. They can be anterior or posterior osteophytes, but here you would see a spine which is very well formed, no osteophytes. This is a grade 0. Over here you can see some tiny bone projections arising from the vertebral end plates. So we'll call it a grade 1 osteophyte change. And in grade 2, there are definite bony projections which you will see arising from the end plates. Disc height narrowing. So you can see a very well lucent, we see something which is black, grey. So these are well maintained lucencies over here. In this X-ray you would see the disc space. This space between the two bodies has decreased considerably. So if it has decreased but it is less than half of the normal width, it's a grade 1. Over here we see, especially in these two, the disc height has reduced to more than half of the normal width if you can compare these two levels. End plate sclerosis. Sclerosis is basically an extra whitening of the vertebral body corners, the superior and the inferior end plates. This, although, and one thing I would like to add, many of my images would have some other extra ancillary findings. You can please ignore them at the time. And I would like you to just take note of the finding which I am mentioning that time. So this is a normal spine, although this patient has loss of lordosis. She had muscle spasm, but the vertebral width is normal. And end plate sclerosis is none. You do not see this white line over here. And in this spine over here, we are appreciating a lot of findings in this patient. So you can see there is an extra whitening at the vertebral end plates. So this is more than half of the vertebral width is involved. So at this level we have severe end plate sclerosis. And although I think it's less appreciable on the screen, but over here this whiteness which we see is less than half of the vertebral width at this level. So along with it, another finding in this scan, in this X-ray which you'll see, if you trace the posterior vertebral line, you will see that this vertebra has gone ahead of the posterior line at this level. This is not maintained if we go ahead like this. So there is spondylolisthesis. So we have another grading for it. So, but this is less than 25%. So it's a grade 1 spondylolisthesis along with it. Actually the pointer over here is not working, so I have to do with this, but yeah, I can show it from this side also. Yeah, is it going? Yes. No. So you can see the last two vertebrae. You will see a definite white. There's a definite whiteness to the vertebral end margins, if you can appreciate that. So that is sclerosis. It's more whiter than the normal body. Can I get it here? Yes. You will see this one over here, if you can appreciate this. Okay. So as we come down, the last one, along with it, there is a shift anteriorly if we trace out the posterior margins of the vertebral body. So we have a grading. I've just put it for further purpose, but the thing is, it's theoretical grading in which we grade the spondylosis on X-ray. It's called Kellgren-Lawrence grading. But most radiologists don't put it down as KL1, KL2, but it's there for theoretical ways. But the emphasis is this only. When you get minimal anterior osteophytosis, it's grade 1. If you see definite osteophyte along with some narrowing, along with some end plate sclerosis, grade 2. And grade 3 has moderate narrowing along with definite sclerosis and osteophytes. And grade 4 is severe narrowing along with sclerosis and multiple large osteophytes. So now we come to MRI. We've got our X-rays, the patient is convinced about our diagnosis, but does it end there? No. So MRI adds to the knowledge about the disc, which we see on the X-ray as only a secondary possibility. What we see on MRI is disc degeneration and herniation, nerve root compression, the level of spinal canal stenosis, ligament hypertrophy, and myelopathies. So these images might have more findings, but I would like you to concentrate on the ones which I am showing you. So what is the main sine qua non? Healthy disc is a hydrated disc. Degenerated disc is a dark disc. Anything in MRI which has water is bright on T2. Anything on MRI which does not have water is dark on T2. So we want our discs to be bright and shiny white on T2. Okay, so T2 weighted images which you might be seeing them on your scans. So this patient over here, you can follow these. This is the whiteness that we see. And over here, there's a disc which is going dark. So this emphasizes there is degeneration happening here. And in this gentleman, we had all the discs which are dark in color. So they all are getting degenerated. So just I have zoomed these images for better evaluation. I think people would be able to appreciate this. You see the whiteness here and you see the dark degenerated disc here. And this is a diagram which I was feeling I will take 10 slides to show all these findings. Somehow I got a scan which had almost all of them in the same order. So normal disc I have shown you, it is bright white. So these are all degenerated discs. They are all dark. And over here you see a bulge into the canal. So this is a degenerated disc, bulging disc, and over here we see some extra herniation into the canal. And over here, this width, if you would appreciate over here, I hope I can make you do that. This is a thinned out disc as compared to the disc above, if you can see. So these I have zoomed the same images for better visualization. I hope I get my point across. So another thing which we visualize on MRI are the nerve roots. So you will see these gray dots coming out of the joint space. Whenever you get an MRI scan, I mean, if you would like to put it on your view box and see, They are the most lateral most scans over there. You will see these dots coming out. So these are the nerve roots at the various levels. And in this image, this is a herniated disc which is bulging into the space, and the nerve which is coming out of here is getting indented by the disc. Another example over here. So in these patients, there might be nerve root symptoms. Another anatomical structure which we see on MRI and not seen on the other imaging modalities is the yellow ligament or the ligament flavum. So it is a structure which runs from the posterior atlanto-occipital region till down along the cervical level. So you will see a black line. This is a thin black line which is traced down like this. In case of cervical spine, when the thickness is more than 1.7 mm, we call it ligament flavum hypertrophy. Whereas in the case of lumbar spine, if this ligament is thickened more than 4 mm, we call it as hypertrophied. In the lumbar spine, we appreciate it more in the axial sections. This is the same spine images, but we have taken a cross section along the axial level. So this black outline over here is the ligament flavum, which in this section is thickened. The transverse dimension is more than 4 mm. Another anatomical structure important over here is the facet joint. These are the joints over here. We also call it as the hamburger. So where these are, if you just imagine it as the buns of the hamburger, and this thin white line is the patty which it represents. If this sign is lost, it's a sign of facet arthropathy. If you can appreciate in this joint over here, this white line is lost. So there is a degenerative change of the facet joint. So all these changes, be it the osteophytes, the ligament flavum hypertrophy, the facet joint arthropathy, the discs which get extruded, they all add up and lead to the cervical spondylotic myelopathy, in where there is cord compression, like over here you could appreciate, and the cord gets a gray signal. Usually the cord is grayish, but when there are myelopathic changes, the cord signal changes and there are specks of whitish signal between the gray cord. Similarly, in the lumbar canal, when the disc bulge, the facet joints, the ligament flavum, they get hypertrophy. This is basically a disc osteophyte complex which causes this stenosis. Any of these can be more than the other. At times it can just be a disc extrusion, at times it can be a facet arthropathy, disc extrusion, ligament flavum, everything added up. So when is imaging necessary? When the patient, there's a persistent pain for 4 to 6 weeks, there are neurological deficits, there's a history of trauma, red flag signs like weight loss, and where we are expecting a tumor or a pot spine is very common in our country, and where the patient is having a poor response to conservative therapy, and further on to monitor the disease and response to therapy. And it's actually the radiological signs, the radiological images take long to heal, and in fact osteophytes, we should tell practically to the patients that they won't go off, but your symptoms will heal. That is the thing which we need to reassure the patients, because at times we have to understand ourselves and reassure our patients that we are not treating your films, we are treating you. So the take home message for my talk would be that X-ray is the basic for evaluation, MRI lets us know the details, and CT has a very limited role. And being spondylosis being a degenerative disease, and along with our lifestyle. We are going to see patients more and more in number as we go ahead. So as clinicians, as radiologists, we have to ensure that the patient lives a healthy lifestyle, his habits are changed, and eventually we have to counsel them that imaging might not change, but your symptoms would change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In appreciation to your valuable presence and informative presentation, we request you to please receive a memento from our managing trustee. May I request the managing trustee to please come to the dais. Sorry, ma'am. Apologies. We'll continue with the next session. Thank you, ma'am. We'll continue with the next session, and we'll hand over the memento and certificate of appreciation once our managing trustee joins back. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Tanya ma'am to please come to the dais, and sincere apologies. And may I request our managing trustee to hand over the memento and certificate of appreciation for this wonderful session on radiology. For this wonderful insight and informative presentation. A memento and certificate of appreciation to Dr. Tanya Sehgal. Thank you. Thank you. I take this moment to welcome Mr. Andhra Vamsi, IAS, Ministry of Home Affairs. He is the Personal Secretary to MOS, Government of India, on behalf of Ayurveda Kottakkal for your valuable presence for ASK at 62 Ayurvedic Seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable presence and making this great grand function a grand success. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker will be Dr. Anantaram Sharma, Professor, Department of Panchakarma, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi. He will be giving a presentation on Ayurvedic understanding of spondylosis, classical concepts, correlations and emerging research. Dr. Anantaram Sharma, Professor, Department of Panchakarma, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi. He is the head of Department of Panchakarma and former medical superintendent at the All India Medical Institute, New Delhi, under the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, with over 20 years of experience in academics, clinical practice and research. He is widely recognized for his contribution to Ayurveda Panchakarma, Shodhana therapies and integrative health research. His doctoral work on Vamana Karma established objective assessment parameters enriching the evidence base for classical purification procedures. He developed a portable Shirodhara instrument marking a milestone in the innovation of Ayurvedic medical devices. An alumna of SDM College of Ayurveda, Hassan, and Dr. S.R. Rajasthan Ayurveda University, Jodhpur. Dr. Sharma has led and contributed to several national and international projects, including the Indo-Italian collaborative study on neuromuscular disorders. He has authored the authoritative text Shodhaniya Siddhi and published 40 plus Scopus PubMed indexed research papers. A key policy and academic leader, he chairs the National Committee for Competency-Based Panchakarma curriculum and serves on multiple expert and editorial boards. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. Dhanvantari Namaha. I can see many humble persons sitting in front of me. Humble हो गया तो हम क्या होता है, विनम्र बोलते हैं ना, नम्रता, सिर झुका के. Why? Nowadays we all are engaged in our cell phones. थोड़ा विनम्रता छोड़िए, उठिए. And this is very relevant in this context also. विनम्र ऐसा होने से एक कंडीशन है टेक नेक सिंड्रोम. सुना है? या टेक्स्ट नेक सिंड्रोम. So a year back I read a article in the one journal, and it was published from, I think, Korea. They were mentioning there were in the newer persons, it's not a pathological condition, a radiological findings of developing a new structure on the back of the neck, especially in the cervical region. It's not pathological, they consider it as physiological because of the persistent use of the cell phones. So this is related with our today's topic. Because of the repeated stress injury, this is mainly happening, the tech neck syndrome. Okay. Anyway, we'll go to the spondylosis and Ayurveda clinical understanding and some of the emerging research or the clinical research mainly which is happening in the field of Ayurveda. So I'm not going to detail into the therapeutic interventions because already Nambudiri sir has very beautifully explained the principles and concept, but still there is some scope to further express the difference of opinions or difference of views also. Okay, and I'm happy to stand in front of you people in this August stage because the Kottakkal Ayurveda Shala is doing wonderful job percolating the knowledge of Ayurveda, and especially in the Kottakkal, Delhi, I am proud to say that many of my students are working there as doctors since many years, and proud to see them serving the country with the holistic Ayurveda approach. So today I will discuss about the spondylosis in Ayurveda, principles and management, some of the research update and some of the key takeaways. So mainly spondylosis is a degenerative condition, as already we have gone through the pathology and also the radiological findings also. And the reason for this degeneration are many. One may be the age related, which is due course of the time, but majority of the conditions are due to our lifestyle. And these lifestyle conditions may be stress or poor postures or poor exposure to the sunlight or poor nutrition. Many such reasons are contributing to this spondylosis. But alone spondylosis cannot be discussed when we speak about Ayurveda. The spondylitis also will cross over many a time. That is the thing. And the presenting features we can see, it will be more with stiffness, radicular pain, weakness and restricted mobility. So I'll skip this slide. When we speak about Ayurvedic understanding of spondylosis, many terminologies come across our mind. Some of them are Griva Hundana, Kati Graha, Griva Graha, Prishta Shula, Sandhigatavata or Astimajjagatavata, etc. Even though the terminologies varies depending on the pathological understanding based on Ayurveda, we can see the spondylosis is a chronic condition. Of course, there will be the presence of the Dhatukshaya will be there, and moreover it will be presented with some neurological deficit, pain and functional deficits also many a times. It cannot be always alone Kevalavata. There may be many a times we can see the Anubhantata of the dosha also. Rasadhatu to Asti Dhatu, the Dhatus will be affected, and if we see the Soto Dushti, the Sangha and Vimarga Gamana. Sangha mainly causes the Dhatukshaya for the Vata, and Vimarga Gamana causes the Vata Vriddhi.
and we cannot forget about the importance of the Agni and Ama. Okay, so this should be always, we should have this picture behind our mind whenever we tend to treat or diagnose a condition related to spondylosis or any of these conditions, Griva Hundana, Griva Graha, Prashtashula, Sandigatavata or Astimajjagatavata. So Ayurvedic potential in this area is very large. It can be prevention of the condition, it can be conservative care, it can be a mere pain management, it can be rehabilitation, and it can be improving the quality of life in the chronic advanced stages. So I'm not going to detail about the Griva Stamba, Griva Graha, Kati Graha, etc. This terminology I want to highlight because it is very less discussed topic or very less discussed terminology, Griva Hundanam. When Acharya Charaka explains about the Vata Vyadhi, Vataja Nanatmaja Vikara, in that context, when he explains about the Lakshanas, he uses Grivayas Chapi Hundanam. Grivayas Chapi Hundanam. And Chakrapani further says, Hundanam Shiraha Prabhudinam Antapraveshaha Anyetu Keshabhumi Sputanam Shankha Lalata Bedascha Shiro Hundanam Nasa Hundanam Grananashaha Akshi Hundanam Akshi Udasaha Jatru Hundanam Vakshoparodaha Griva Hundanam Griva Stambaha. So Hundanam is a terminology which indicates some sort of numbness or some sort of rubbing, etc. So primarily focusing on the degenerative aspect of the bones. So Griva Hundanam, we can say it is the grinding process which happens in the cervical region especially, and cracking sound we can see, and restricted movements and rubbing over the rough surface. These can picturize the Griva Hundanam. So in severe conditions of the cervical spondylosis, the persons may be feeling that while moving the neck, any movement of the neck, there will be some sort of feeling of rubbing they can perceive or feel. They not be visible or audible to outside, but they themselves can, like teeth grinding, similar perception they can feel. Okay, so Griva Hundanam is the absolute or accurate terminology which can suit for the spondylosis. All the others, because Manya Stamba, Griva Stamba, all are associated with some Anubandha doshas also. But when it comes to Griva Hundanam, it is alone Vata where there is the degeneratives or primarily with the degenerative changes. If you see the Manya Stamba Acharya explains during the in the same context of the Vata Vyadhi. Manya Stamba comes as a reference during the Antarayama, but it is not very much accurate or accurately suitable to the condition of the spondylosis or spondylitis. But still, if you see the Manya Stamba, it is considered as Vata Pradhana Vyadhi, but Acharya Sushruta again says that Manya Stamba is associated with Kapha also. There is Kapha Anubandhata is there, or we can say Kaphavrita Vata condition also. Okay, so that is why the Manya Stamba, there may be two presentations. One is a spondylosis presentation and the another is the spondylitis presentation. That's why I told at the early, we can't think alone about spondylosis. Always there will be overlapping of the spondylitis when we think about the neck pain or the Manya Stamba. So it is Vata Pradhana condition. If you see, there will be excessive consumption of Vata aggravating etiological factors. Aggravation of the Vata will be there. Vata gets lodged in the Manya Pradesha. Manya is Grivayam Paschat Bhaga. So again, Griva is divided into Manya, Ghata, etc. So Grivayam Paschat Bhaga is the Manya. The pain is located mainly on the Paschat Bhaga, backside of the neck. Vata dries up Kapha, Sira, Snayu, Mamsa and Kandara in the region of Manya, and associated with stiffness, pain and restriction of the movement of the neck. Vata Nanatmaja Manya Stamba. This is the Samprapti of the Vata Nanatmaja Manya Stamba. But when it comes to the Kafavrta Vata or Kafanubandha Vata, in the Kafavrta Vata, Acharya says that Langhana Ayasa Kamitvam. Langhana Ayasa Kamitvam. Langhana Kamita or Ayasa Kamita. So it is the Lakshana of the Kafavrta Vata. Langhana, they try to get emaciation, kind of denutrition, kind of materials they prepare, or Ayasa Kamitva. Ayasa Kamita, Ayasa Karna. That will be giving some relief or some upashaya to them. Ayasa Kamita. So ऐसा करते हैं ना generally, when next कुछ discomfort हो गया तो we will do some Ayasa. So Ayasa Kamita is one of the Lakshana of the Kafavrta Vata. So in Manyastambha, when it is associated with Kapha, often we can see this Ayasa Kamita. The persons tend to move their neck and all, और हाथ को थोड़ा move करना, ये सभी हम करते हैं. So this is Anubandhata of the Kapha. Okay. So in the Kafanubandha Vata, if you see the Samprati, excessive consumption or exposure to the etiological factors leading to excessive aggravation of Kapha and partial imbalance of the Vata. Okay. So primary culprit here is the Vata, but still it is further blocked by the Kapha. The doshas move towards Manya, back of the neck, nape of the neck, and get lodged therein. Kapha envelops the back of the Vata. The normal functioning of Vata is disturbed. Whenever there is Avarana, so there are two possibilities are there. One is the Avarta dosha and another is the Avaraka and Avarta. So two things are there. So one blocks the Vata and Vata gets blocked. So when Vata gets blocked, what happens is it's a Karma Kshaya happens. But when this Vata blockage is getting excess, Vata become Kupita. Then it will exhibit Vataja Lakshanas. Otherwise, in the initial stages, it will show the increased Kapha Lakshana, but later it will show the increased Vata Lakshana. So that is why Avarna Chikitsa is also seen. Who is Balavan? We have to treat them. Agantum Shamaye Dosham, Staninam Pratikrityava. Same principle we can apply in the Avarna also. Agantu Shamaye Dosham, Staninam Pratikrityava. So in Agantu and Stani Dosha is there. Who should be treated first? Stani should be treated first. Va, Pratikritya Va. Va is at the end. Or vice versa also. The criteria is who is Balavan. When Agantu dosha and Stani dosha is there, who is Balavan and exhibiting more symptoms, we have to treat them first. So similarly, the Lakshana which is observed by Vata or Kapha, depending on that we have to modify the therapeutic intervention. There occurs the pain and loss of movements and tilting of the neck due to the affliction of nerves, muscle, tendon and soft tissues in the nape of the neck. This condition is called as Manyastambha, Kafavrta Vata Janya Manyastambha. Another condition is Asti Majjagata Vata. Vedo Asti Parvanam Sandishulam Mamsa Balakshaya Aswapnaha Santataruk Majja Asti Kupito Anilehi. So Asti Majjagata Vata very rarely seen, or in the advanced stages, or the condition of the spondylosis become more chronic in nature, very old condition. In such conditions we can see the Asti Majjagatatva especially, otherwise it limit to the Asti and Vata only. And treatment, coming to the treatment principles. As you know, the condition is two. One is Vata, Kevala Vata Janya condition, if it is considered as spondylosis alone, or else there will be the association of the Kapha. So always when it comes for the Vata Vyadhi Chikitsa, unless and until you are sure about Vata, Kevala Vata is involved, you should not go for any of the Brahmana Chikitsa. आपको उतना कंफर्म है केवल वात है, वात ही alone है, no associated doshas are there, then only we have to go for the any of the Brahmana Chikitsa, especially Taila applications. That's why Nambudri sir was mentioning Chikitsayam Pradhanam Avastha Anuvidhanam. Avastha Anuvidhanam. चिकित्सा में हम अवस्था देखना है. कौन सा अवस्था देखना है? We have to see the Agni and Ama. So Sama Niramata assessment is very essential for before treatment of any of the Vata Vyadhis, not only for spondylosis or the Manyastambha or Griva Hundana. Always the Sama Niramata should be assessed.
Otherwise, what happens is many a times I can see, I used to get many of the patients with such presentations, and they have taken Ayurveda treatment, but still the pain is not reduced. Because the first line of treatment in such conditions, the Ayurveda doctors, what they do is apply some of the oils. कुछ भी तैल अवेलेबल है, apply that. उसको अप्लाई करते हैं, पेन कम नहीं होता है. So when there is samata is there, taila abhyanga is not at all indicated. At that time we have to go for the rukshana karmas. Rukshana, it can be abhyandara rukshana or else it can be bahya rukshana. Bahya rukshana, there are lot of bahiparimarjana modalities are there, like churna pinda swedas are there, valuka pinda sweda is there, laja pinda sweda is there, and kashaya dharas. If tenderness is there, patient is complaining of tenderness, then churna pinda may not be applicable. At that time we can go for the kashaya dhara, the shamula kashaya dhara. If there is pain, as sir mentioned very clearly, pain is there, the shamula kashaya dhara, or only swelling is there, ama avastha is there, then go for the dhanyamla dhara, etc. Another important thing which is associated with the manyastamba or the griva hundana generally, the degenerative cervical bone condition. The patient may be having severe gastritis. Generally, we people won't elicit this symptom when the patient approaches. We will focus only on the pain and the neck stiffness. But majority of the patients, they will be having association of the severe amla pitta. Amla pitta can contribute the increase of the pain in the cervical region, the gastritis. So that's why whenever next patient comes, you just have a deeper interrogation with the patient and elicit whether the patient is having gastritis since how many years. It's not a short or acute amla pitta, but a chronic amla pitta patient, of course they will be having the cervical pain also. So the treatment, when we approach for the treatment, always we have to consider both these aspects. The Agni also should be corrected. At the same time, we have to correct the cervical bone also. Okay. So Rukshana Chikitsa is very important. Even Griva Hundana, as I mentioned, it is a Kevala Vata Janya Vyadhi. There is no associated doshas are there. But still, if you have a doubt, always to be on safer side, it is better to go for a Mrudu Rukshana. Because our Chikitsa Siddhanta also says, Brahmyastu Mrudu Langhayed. So, before going for Brahmana, a Mrudu Langana is always advisable, so that the Brahmana will be properly absorbed to the body. The digestion will be corrected, and then the Brahmana will properly act on the body. So that is why, even on the Kevala Vataja conditions, we can go for a Mrudu Langhana, that is Mrudu Rukshana also can be, because Rukshana is similar to that of the Pachana. Pachanam hi Rukshanam, Acharya Dallana says. When we do the Pachana, indirectly we are doing the Rukshana only. Okay. So before that, we can go for a Mrudu Rukshana. 1 or 2 days of the Ruksha Pinda Swedas can be done, Ruksha Kachayadaras can be done, or even Lepas also can be applied. So accidentally I came across one of the Lepa, because I have given the one churna to a patient to apply on the head. So neck pain tha. So he applied, instead of head, he applied on the back of the neck. And the result was tremendous. And the churna, you know, Rasnadi Churna. So Rasnadi Churna is a wonderful drug of choice for Rukshana in cervical pain. You can apply the Rasnadi Churna as a lepa to the neck instead of head. If you apply to the head, it takes longer time with the Nimbamritadi Eranda. So I have mentioned that Nimbamritadi Eranda and Rasnadi Kachura, the combination is wonderful. But instead of applying on the head, if you apply the Rasnadi Churna along with the Nimbamritadi Eranda, if it is Amavastha is more, along the Rasnadi Churna with Ushna Jala, we can make a lepa and apply over the back of the neck for at least 3-4 days. Then the swelling also will reduce, the stiffness will reduce, patient will have some sort of upashaya or comfort.
Then after that we can go for any of the Bahiparimarjana Snigdha Prayogas. It may be Abhyanga or it may be some Pindasvedas. Another interesting thing I want to mention is Kera Taila Nasya. So I had many cases where the patient is having cervical spondylosis and stiffness and weakness of the upper neck and radiculopathy, pain is there, numbness is there, and while waking up the patient feels giddiness. So used to wear the cervical collar always. This was the presentation. There are 3-4 patients. Now we are preparing a case series. So in that conditions, whatever external applications or Kashaya Panas will give some relief to the numbness or the pain. But the patient will not feel that much of strength over the neck, and the giddiness also may not be relieved very fast. So in such conditions, what I prefer is, I generally advise the patient to take the Kera Taila Nasya, because Parinata Keri Kshira Taila is there. You may be aware, but nobody is preparing nowadays. When I don't know, Kottakkal is there. Okay. So Parinata Keri Kshira is a simple combination. Kera Taila is there, Jambira is there, then Haridra is there, Tila Taila is there. It is a simple combination. Kera Kshira. The coconut milk is utilized and boiled. So instead of that, what I felt is easily available. The Kera Kshira Taila. So virgin coconut oil is available in almost all the supermarkets. Otherwise, we can advise the patient to take coconut milk and boil it for a while so that it will extract the oil. So that oil is very beneficial for these kind of degenerative conditions. Kera Taila Nasya. So it gives wonderful result within the use of the 15 days of application. Generally, the dose of Nasya I advise in patient, it is around 15 to 25 drops per nostril. But when after that, I advise them to take it as a Pratimarsha Nasya, 3 drops each nostril. Okay. So Parinata Keri Kshira Taila, Rasnadi Lepa and Nimbamritadi Eranda, already Thara has also highlighted that the effect of the Nimbamritadi Eranda Taila. So it can be, if Amavastha is less, only stiffness we can see, and pain is less, pain is also there. In such condition, Rasnadi Churna along with Nimbamritadi Eranda application also can be beneficial. And another important feature, what generally we omit is, the patient may be having the cervical pain because of the spondylosis, and we focus only on the back of the neck, and there will be radiculopathy. So that's why we focus on the hand also. But we forget about the anterior chest, especially the pectoralis major. If you do a thorough clinical examination in such patients, there will be severe tenderness over the upper chest, especially this area of the pectoralis major. So there should be some intervention to this area also. So Lepa can be extended from neck to anterior chest also. The same Rasnadi Lepa. Rasnadi is not available, we can go for the some other Ruksha Churnas like Kottanchukadi also can be applied. So this should be extended. So you can see the result will be tremendous. So physiotherapy, incorporation of the physiotherapy is very essential, very essential. So exercise therapy along with Ayurvedic, these Panchakarma interventions will give wonderful results. So we need not to go for any of the heat modalities of the physiotherapy, because our heat modalities are very, very, very highly efficient. So need not to think about the heat modalities of the physiotherapy. Instead, we can adopt the exercise therapy, or to some extent to give the pain relief in a very fast manner, we can go for some of the electrotherapies also. Coming to the research updates, there is no much very innovative researches which is happened in the spondylosis and related Ayurvedic interventions. Almost all the publications which is available across the net is related to some of the clinical trials, or it may be some of the case series publication, or maybe some of the case reports. Okay. So some of the interesting thing I can say, the evaluation of Agni Karma in the management of Griva Sandhigata Vata. So cervical spondylosis. Agni Karma is one of the wonderful modality, and easy to apply also. So once the Amavastha is reduced, then at that condition we can give the Agnikarma, especially on the cervical area. At least 4 or 5 sites should be dagda with the help of the Shalaka, and that gives a instant relief to the patient. But it is not a permanent solution. Instead of that, we can do the Agnikarma, and later we can advise them to continue the medications and external application. A standard controlled clinical evaluation of Svedana and Agnikarma in cervical spondylosis. Again, the randomized controlled clinical trial to assess the efficacy of Nasya in reducing signs and symptoms of the cervical spondylosis. So, Nasya plays a major role, as I mentioned, the Parinatakiri Kshira Taila or the simple Kera Taila, Kera Kshira Taila, or the Maharaja Prasarani Taila. Even Karpasa Astyadi Taila also having wonderful result on these conditions. And the problem with the randomized controlled clinical trials in Ayurveda is the proper methodology may not be adopted in many of these studies, because we primarily focus on the postgraduate researchers, and that is always a training period for the research. So that is why the authenticity and accuracy of these kind of trials always questionable, and the methodology, as I mentioned, the randomization techniques or the sample size calculations are always there is flaws we can see. Management of Sandhigata Vata, especially cervical spondylosis by Agnikarma with Loha Shalaka, many repeated studies, and management of Katigata Vata, lumbar spondylolisthesis. There is one publication, and it is interesting. Although focused primarily on lumbar spondylolisthesis, this study correlates symptoms with Katigata Vata and evaluates the effects of Panchadikita Grita Gugulu internally and Katibasti locally. Results showed significant relief in pain, movement, stiffness, numbness, and weakness, suggesting efficacy of combined Ayurvedic approach in degenerative spinal conditions. So another one is a clinical efficacy of Ayurvedic management in lumbar spondylosis, a case study. And there is a systemic review also we can see, which is adverse events in India's Ayush interventions for cervical and lumbar spondylosis. A systemic review and meta-analysis also published in the European Journal of Medical Research, and they state that the adverse events or the safety related concerns are not properly reported. That we always do, because we are least bothered about the adverse events. क्या बताएंगे हम? पेशेंट कुछ बता रहे हैं, सर ये किया, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा किया, ऐसा बढ़ गया, तो हम क्या बताएंगे? क्या किया तुमने? सर कुछ नहीं किया. गाड़ी चलाया? हाँ, यस, हाँ, इसीलिए हो गया. We will find out some loopholes from the person perspective, and we will stick on to that. We are not ready to analyze why it has aggravated. ऐसा नहीं होना है. Whenever there is some adverse effect, events are reported, we should analyze it first. क्यों हो गया ऐसा, है ना? So then only there will be some remedial measures for that, to prevent that such kind of adverse effect will develop. Okay. So this is the, and a clinical comparative study on the role of Panchakarma and physiotherapy. It's a comparative study, physiotherapy in the management of cervical spondylosis. There are two group study, Prishtabhasti and Nasyakarma with Prasarani Taila and oral Rasana Saptaha Kvata. In the group B, physiotherapy plus only Rasana Saptaha Kvata was given. This study involved 47 patients divided into two groups. Ayurvedic intervention group showed significantly better outcomes with 79% overall relief compared to 66% of the physiotherapy group. The combination of Bhasti and Nasya provided marked improvement, 73% of patients, suggesting superior efficacy over standard physiotherapy for managing symptoms. So this is a not very well structured study, because they are comparing Panchakarma Chikitsa with the physiotherapy. That is not required. We should combine the therapy, physiotherapy along with the Panchakarma, which can give better result. Comparative randomized open clinical study to Griva Bhasti and Sthanik Abhyanga Svedana Manyastamba. So similar external modalities we can see. Panchakarma procedures along with Trayodashang Gugulu in the management of the Katishula. And here the intervention is Pancha Tiktaka Kshira Basti, Kati Basti and oral Trayodashanga Gugulu. So when it comes to Basti, the Basti is the only intervention which can prevent the degeneration or which can reverse the degeneration. As sir very clearly mentioned, the Asti Pradoshja Vyadis, the best Basti is the Tiktaka Kshira Basti. In the Charaka Samhita, Prasrita Yogikam, we can see many Basti combinations. The first one, the Pancha Prasritika Basti is Kshiro Udo Prasudo Karyo, Madhu Tailagata Trayaha, Khajena Madido Basti, Vatagno Balavarnakrit. So Vatagnata is the indication of that Basti. So Kshira, 2 Prasrita, Madhu Tailagrita, each 1 Prasrita, total 5 Prasrita, simple combination. So there are different method of application of this Basti is also there. Some people use only Kshira, boiled milk is taken, and Panchatikta Grita is added to that in the place of Grita, and Taila, Vatahara Tailas are used. Some people say what they use the Tiktaka Kshira Paka will be used, and to that Panchatikta Kshira. Just below that, one more Basti is there, that is the Tiktaka Kshira Basti. So in that, Sarshapa Kalka is indicated. Sarshapa Kalka Sthana, the Sarshapa is utilized. So that is also very effective in the management of this spondylosis conditions. Efficacy of Kati Basti and Patrapinda Sweta. So the majority, as I mentioned, majority of the studies are clinical trials which is related to the external therapies, Kati Basti, Griva Basti, Janu Basti, Patrapinda Sweta. So the mechanism of action, understanding of these trials are lacking, and the mode of action, understanding of mode of action are lacking. So clinical takeaways. What is the clinical takeaway from this presentation? Can anybody say? कुछ है? नहीं, कुछ नहीं हैं? Basti treatment. Okay. Balancing Agni. Okay. So superiority of the Basti across both cervical and lumbar studies. Basti. This is the clinical takeaway based on these presentations, these publications of the articles. Across both cervical and lumbar studies, Basti, Kriva Basti, Kati Basti, Matra Basti, Kshira Basti consistently appears as the most critical intervention for reversing degenerative changes. Asti Majjagata Vata, we can say. Radiological evidence, recent studies are moving beyond subjective pain scales to document radiological reversals, MRI changes or the other radiological findings, X-ray findings, etc., which is a significant step for the evidence-based Ayurveda. Combination therapy, the most effective protocol combines local procedures with the internal purification like various applications of the Basti therapy or nasal medications like Nasya to address the root pathology of tissue degeneration. So emerging perspectives and research. Recent studies indicate Panchakarma reduces pain and disability in spondylosis. Kati Basti and Griva Basti relieve localized inflammation. Yoga improves mobility and posture. Rasayana drugs show antioxidant and neuroprotective potential. And integrative treatment combining Ayurveda, physiotherapy, ergonomics and yoga has shown promising results. Digital therapeutics and personalized medicine are also potential future directions. To conclude, spondylosis is a degenerative condition that deeply impacts quality of life. You know, Ayurveda provides a comprehensive understanding through the concept of Vata, Dhatukshaya, Sandhigata and Sandhigata Vata, offering multifaceted management strategies rooted in personalized diagnosis and holistic therapy. Classical concepts correlate well with the modern pathology, and emerging research supports the efficacy of Ayurvedic approaches to reduce pain, management of stiffness and improving the quality of life also, and slowdowning or many a times reversal also possible with in the degenerative process. As an integrative science, Ayurveda offers valuable contribution not merely as symptomatic relief but as a framework focusing on prevention, lifestyle correction, rejuvenation and long-term well-being. Okay, so with these words I conclude the presentation. Wishing you all Hitayu and Sukhayu. Thank you one and all for the patient hearing, and I'm truly honored to present this topic in front of you with the esteemed guest sitting across the audience, the managing trustee of the Kottakkal Ayurvedishala, the advisor, Ayush advisor, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay sir, Director Ravi Vandana madam, and Dr. Ayagiri sir, and my Gurusthaniya, most respected Vasudevan Nambudiri sir, and Murali sir also. So many times we can learn many things from these seniors or teachers, or even from the patients, and even from the students also we can learn many things. That's why I always prefer to say namatra matramapyatra kinchidagama varchitam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request you to please receive a memento from our managing trustee as a token of our respect and gratitude to you, sir. And thank you for such informative and inspiring presentation. We greatly value the knowledge shared to us today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We request the participants to note down their questions during the presentation, clearly mentioning the speaker's name. And may I request you all to hand it over the questions to the front desk. The next speaker, Dr. Kiran KJ, Medical Officer, AHNRC Delhi Ayurvedishala. He'll be speaking on Ayurvedic management of spondylosis, the Kottakkal way. Dr. Kiran KG is a medical officer at Ayurvedishala Kottakkal Ayurvedic Hospital and Research Center, Delhi, with over 15 years of clinical experience and alumna of the Amrita School of Ayurveda, Kollam. He is recognized for his expertise in Panchakarma therapies, classical Ayurvedic practice and outcome-driven clinical care. He has been associated with Ayurvedishala Kottakkal since 2011 and has actively contributed to academic CMEs and international platforms, including the Global Ayurveda Festival and the World Ayurveda Congress. Dr. Kiran has also played a key role in developing standardized SOP training content for Panchakarma and Kerala Vishesha Chikitsa. Currently pursuing an MSc in Counseling and Family Therapy, he integrates holistic perspectives into patient care. He is also the founder and host of Philia podcast, exploring health, culture and lived experiences. Our next speaker, Dr. Kiran.
Hello, I hope I am audible to you all. Yeah. Respected dignitaries, esteemed doctors gathered here, Ayurveda scholars and well-wishers, those who are joining us online from across the globe, my dear friends and colleagues, a very good afternoon to you all. I am humbled and honored to stand in this prestigious stage representing my organization, Ayurvedishala Kottakkal. So the topic of my presentation is Ayurvedic management of spondylosis, the Kottakkal way. So in a simple language, we will see how spondylosis is managed in Kottakkal Ayurvedishala. The commonly used medicines, Panchakarma treatments, that therapies that consistently yield positive treatment outcomes. Without further delay, we'll start. I would like to start a presentation offering prayers to Lord Vishwambara and remembering our founder, Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior, a great visionary, and our first managing trustee, Ayurvedan P. Madhav Warrior, and the doyen of Ayurveda, Padma Bhushan, Dr. P.K. Warrior, who not just practiced Ayurveda, followed the Ayurvedic way of life and lived for a century. So as a fourth presentation in the CME series, there may be some repetition, but For the sake of content flow, I'm not skipping, we'll go quickly. So spondylosis, in simple language, degenerative disorder of the spine. And it involves vertebral bodies, disc, ligaments, and facet joints. And most common sites are cervical and lumbar. In simple language, we can call it as osteoarthritis of the spine. The pathological changes. Tanya ma'am comprehensively explained these things, but still. You see, disc dehydration and reduction in disc space. That may result in disc bulge, that can excite nerve compression, the possible symptoms, pain, numbness, tingling sensation, etc. Osteophyte formation, ligament thickening and reduced spinal flexibility. And the symptoms, low back pain radiating to legs, neck pain radiating to arms, numbness, tingling sensation, and difficulty in changing posture, sometimes loss of coordination, bowel and bladder incontinence. It is very important to identify the red flag symptoms, where to refer. Simply we can see three conditions: bowel and bladder incontinence, complete loss of strength of legs, lower limbs, loss of sensation. Because irrespective of the system of medicine, patient well-being is most important. Yes, Ramesh sir in the introduction itself told, humans are the only obligate bipedal mammal, because this posture, upright posture, has many benefits, but it burdens the spine. Along with that, we, because of our lifestyle, prolonged sitting, lack of exercise, poor digital habits, accelerate the degeneration. In Ayurvedic language, what happens? There will be Vada Vriddhi, Dhadukshaya, and spondylosis. So there are different conditions like Kadigraha, Trigagraha, Trigashula, Gridrasi, Vishwaji, Avabahuga. All these things Dr. Anandaram sir explained in detail. Now the global impact of spondylosis. Every practitioners, you all know, we will be seeing many number of cases of spondylosis in our daily practice, that too young people. So the world population is 8.3 billion, and as of that, over 1 billion people worldwide suffer from spondylosis, making it one of the most common musculoskeletal disorders worldwide. And also it is associated with significant healthcare costs and reduced quality of life. And we are seeing a rapid increase in young professionals. Mostly our lifestyle, dietary habits could be the reason. Coming to the Chikitsa. So here, Chikitsa, Charaga explained, Tesham Shodana Shamana Ahara Ajara Samyak Prayukta. I repeat, Samyak Prayukta Nigraha Hedavaha. Let's take any disease, not just spondylosis. Let's take an example, diabetes. A patient comes to you. This is a classical thing, okay. But I'm talking about a pure practical aspect. What do you do? You advise them diet modification. Avoid white sugar, reduce carbohydrate, light frequent meals, ahara. You ask them to do regular exercise, walking, stress management, ajara. We prescribe them medicine, Nishagadagadi, Niruriadi, Glycicote, whatever needed. Shamana Ushada. We advise Mahuteliga Vasti with Amardamahari Churnais Kalka, Shodana Chikitsa. So the classic is same, the practice is same. So, Patya Ahara, quickly will go. See, it's very important because Ahara Sambhavam Vastu, Rogascha Ahara Sambhava. Healthy body is made of the food we eat. Diseases are also caused by the food. So, Vada Shamana and Brahmana Ahara. The slides are self-explanatory. I am not, due to time constraint, I am not going in detail. And it's very important nowadays, eating at fixed time. Avoid skipping meals, especially breakfast. We will see in North India many ladies above 40 will degenerative condition osteoarthritis because they will be like morning उठ के पूजा पाठ में लग जाते हैं, हस्बैंड का बच्चों का खाना दे देते हैं, then फिर 11-12 बजे नाश्ता करते हैं. तो मैं पेशेंट से कहता हूँ लाइक हम गाड़ी पेट्रोल डाल के चलाते हैं, चलाने के बाद में पेट्रोल नहीं डालते हैं. So never skip breakfast. Eat in moderate quantity and light dinner. And apatya, cold refrigerated raw foods, junk foods. So these are, everyone knows, but just for the sake of content flow, I added all these things. Oh, sorry. And Patya Vihara, another very important thing, like posture, prolonged sitting has to be aware, gentle walking, sleeping in firm mattress, and having a routine is very important. And apatya, obviously, heavy weight lifting, getting jerks, two-wheeler ridings, these things are apatya or need to be avoided. See, when our acharyas, when explain one point, they are very specific. Patya sadigadarthasya kim aushadhan shrevanam. Patya asadigadarthasya kim aushadhan shrevanam. So if you follow Patya, you may not require medicine, or maybe you can least less medicine. If you don't follow Patya, again, there is no point in medicine. A cervical spondylosis. Okay, see, the neck posture is very important nowadays. We all use mobile phone, and frequent micro breaks from system is very using a cervical pillow, thin pillow, gentle daily neck. Certain yoga, lumbar also I mentioned, Bhujangasana, Markadasana, Thadasana, but these are general, but we need to suggest it individually, considering their clinical condition. In cervical also, Bhujangasana, Marjaryasana, Ardhamalsyendrasana, all these are recommended. But again, we need to see the patient individually. Yeah. Now, Apatya Vihara, obviously, Anandram sir begin with this point, prolonged mobile phone use with neck flexion. So this is an apatya, and sudden jerky movements, riding two-wheelers, all these things. Now coming to the, yeah, again one more thing I would like to, and because sometimes see the Virya oils, people like, आजकल YouTube में सब कुछ भी कंटेंट मिलते हैं तो बनाते हैं, यूज़ करते हैं, तो जो have cervical using a cold oils on head, that is also apatya. Because these things we need to educate the patient, because the word doctor is derived from a Latin docere. Docere means to teach. It's our responsibility to teach the patient what is Hida, what is Ahida. Now coming to the Shamana Aushadas. So, because being the fourth presentation, you all get an idea. So I hope you will be able to follow which stage which this medicine has to be prescribed. So I am selecting the most commonly used medicine that is giving result. So coming to lumbar spondylosis, so many combinations, because see, like it is very important to know which stage which combination has to be used, because we can't like by heart a combination and prescribe to our patient. But still I will just say a few combinations that consistently read, because acute this thing we Gandharvasthadi Kashaya with Gandharvasthadi Aranda, Yogaraj Ugulu chapter 4. There is a combination Dhanvantaram Kashayam, Sahajara Baladi Kashayam, adding Avarti Thaila, Kshirapala 7, 21, Asti Majjagadam, Bhahyabhyantara Snehir Jayet, and Mahabala Thaila also, even Mahakukkuda Mamsa Thaila also, because see the disc dehydration is happening. And Rasnadi Grida, Guguritan Gridam, Osticote. Osticote is actually Rasna Saptagam added with Guguru. Desamula Haridagi Lehe. Now coming to the external application medicine. Every practitioner will be aware of this common. But Vedya Sahasradi plus Murivanna, Vilya Narayanam, Mahanarayanam plus Karpuradi Thailam, Dhanvantaram 21 Avarti, excellent combination. Mahamara. There is a Rukot. Rukot, we have Rukot liniment plus 3 mandias, because this contains wintergreen oil. The wintergreen oil, the active ingredient, methyl salicylate. The pain relieving action is because of the presence of methyl salicylate. Yeah, common internal medicines for cervical spondylosis. Again, I widely use Ashtavargam, Kshirabala condition, Prasaranyadi and Suvarnamuktadi is after food. Yogaraj, but even said all these things, I would like to draw your attention to one specific case. Ramesh sir is here, he was the chief medical officer. So one patient came, I think it into the 2012, 26-year-old female with MRI was showing C4, C5 paracentral disc bulge. So she was having like severe muscle spasm, stiffness. The clinical symptom is more than what the MRI is showing, because three kind of patients we will see in terms of pain. Patients who express the actual pain, patients who express more pain than actual, and then you will be seeing patients who express less pain than the actual. The pain tolerance varies. Okay, so the condition. So actually, so Dr. Rajesh and myself was there. So after 10 years, I told we'll prescribe Ashtavargam, the common medicine. So he told like the previous prescription, for the last 1 month, the patient is taking similar medicine, no relief. So let's show this patient to Dr. Ramesh sir. So sir consulted the patient. After consultation, sir prescribed Varavishaladi Kashayam, Manasamitra Vadagam, Ashwagandharishtam. And in 4 days, there is a significant improvement in the way. So now we know chronic stress can contribute to muscle spasm and small liver symptoms. Also, Dr. Tejas was discussing one beautiful combination he prescribed, cervical myelopathy condition. What he prescribed was Ashtavargam Kashayam with Agnigumar Rasam and Kaishora Gulu and Suvarna Muktadi. It was a surgery recommended case. 1 month he got significant improvement. The patient, according to the patient, it's an online consultation. Also, I would like to quote our respected additional chief physician, Dr. K. Muralidharan sir. Sir used to prescribe Patyakshadathriyadi Kashayam cervical spondylosis with Guda. Patyakshadathriyadi is recommended for Chirashula. Also, Vedi Arimeda Styla for external application. For recommended is Dantharog. See, again it has got a classical base. Buddhimadam tu udaharana matram. We can modify the medicine, we can use it. And the external medicines commonly use Karpa Sastyadi Murivenna, Vediya Prasarani Taidam, and Parinada Kerik Shiradi. I noted it like Sarma sir also quoted. Parini the Kerik Shire, Jambira coconut milk, Jambira Falodagena, lemon juice extract. Tulidena, Shanada Asuraduba Sradam Thailam, Shanada, turmeric, Asuraduba, Gugulu, Tilataila. Excellent medicine for Ababahuga, frozen shoulder, and degenerative condition. Sahasra Yoga medicine, Kottakkal Ayurveda manufactures it. And Kottanchukka, there is a case like in my, I think 2014, a patient with cervical myelopathy, the canal diameter was 4.8 mm, 64-year-old male. So it was a recommended case, it was surgical correction. He was not ready for surgical correction. So he came to me, so I told, it is a surgery condition as per the MRI, but clinically the condition was not that bad, that red flags were not fully present. I told, we will start the medicine, but you need to be very vigilant. In case any red flag symptoms are, may have to go for surgery. Started the medicine. I used Ashtavarga Kashayam. I added Shirabala also because the radiculopathy symptoms were there, but I added Nimbamradadi Panchadiktakam and Kaishora Gukuru after. I also recommended Kottanchukadi Churnam, Jadamayadi Churnam, and Rasnadi Churna, a paste application. To surprise, after 3 weeks, there was a significant improvement in his clinical condition. So we continued the treatment. Later on, when the Amavastha was over, Prasaranadi, Kshiravale added, Ashwagandha added. Later on, Rasnadi Kritam added. 6 months, I recommended him admitted treatment. 6 months, the medication continued. After that, I was not seeing him. So after a period of 6 month break, he came taking another patient. So he was all well. The canal diameter was 4.8 mm. Because sometimes the functional improvement is also very important. Yeah, now coming to the Kerala Vishesha Chikitsa or Pura Karma, because for Shodhana we need this treatment. So Vasudevan Namburi sir beautifully explained the concept, so it will be easy for me because what all treatment, because it's very important which treatment is to be done at this, because these are widely used treatment. Pirichil, Jambira Pindaseda, Manjal Kili, Patra Pindaseda, Churna Pindaseda. So, Ama condition, Avarana condition, Langana. Langana is needed, maybe Rukshana also. So Churna Pindaseda is there, but sometimes the canal compression will be severe. We can't exert more pressure on the patient. So Dhanyamla Dhara or Dashamula plus Dhanyamla Kashaya Dhara without exerting the condition. And then improve, we may go for Pirichil. Something Kevalavada condition, Pirichil, Shashtikishali, aged patient. But young patients we need to see. And so this is something I feel like selecting the right line of treatment is something, it's very difficult to taught, but it can be learned. Again, another case of 62 years nursing college professor came to severe neck pain, bleeding to both hands, and the MRI, difficulty in changing posture. MRI was on C3, C4, C4, C5, diffuse osteophytic bulge, and that is at C5, C6, all the levels. So after seeing the MRI, again I just asked, it was whether recommended for surgery. So that's why I'm here. But it's a combination, beautifully combining Patra Pindaseda, Abhyanga with kadi fermentation, like Dhanyamla fermentation, and Manjal Kiri, Nasya, and Madhutailiga Vasti, spiritual, considerable improvement was obtained. So the treatment we told Churna Panda Seda, Patra Panda Seda, Shashtiki Sali Panda Seda, and Manjal Kiri. Kadi Vasti, Griva Vasti. See, while we know Griva Vasti is excellent treatment, but at the same time, practically, sometimes cervical spondylosis patients, they may not be able to lie down for 50 minutes in that position. That aspect also we need to consider. And Dhanyamla Dhara, a beautiful treatment for pain relief to begin with. Again, the Desha, Kala, weather also has to be taken into consideration, because extreme, in Kerala, it's not that extreme hot and cold, but in Delhi we need to see sometimes, maybe the Shastika Shali Pinta Seda, we may see Dhanyamla Dhara may be the right treatment, but the weather also we need to take into consideration. And Sirovasti. Sirovasti consistently give excellent result in cervical spondylosis condition. And because Ayurvedic perspective, we know Murdhini Taila, Abhyanga Sega Pijavo Vastayascha. That means the best is Sirovasti. And Urdha Mula Madhashwagam concept. But I think the result in Sirovasti warrant further research, mainly its mode of action. Okay, again, localized external therapies. Snava Sandhi Sira Prapte Sneha Daho Banahanam. Veshtanam oil bandage Sneha. Daha Agni Karma. Sir already explained about Agni Karma. Ubanaha Leba. So Leba commonly we use Potanchukadi, Jadamayati, Rasnadi. Even sometimes Brahmana Shaganta Churna also can be used for Leba. Now coming to Shodhana. So Shodhana, except Vamana, all the other Shodhana we widely use. Vasti, Virejanam, Nasyam, Yaktamoksham. So Vasti, commonly done Vastis are Divanjamuladi Vasti, Erandamuladi Vasti, Madhutailiga Vasti, and Rajayapana Vasti. There was a study in collaboration with WHO in Kottakkal head office. Our honorable managing trustee, PM Virus RSPI, and Dr. K.V. Rajagopalan sir as co-PI. So it was on Erandamuladi Vasti, Kala Vasti in IVDP. 60 patients. The result was significant improvement in all symptoms of IVDP. 5 symptoms they considered, almost all cases. But only few cases, only 7 cases improvement in MRI obtained, because it is that structural changes may not happen because we know the disc bulge and all, but functional, the quality of life improves. I hope I am audible to you all. Yeah. And I am not boring you. That is also very important. The 3 things very important whenever I take a presentation class, wherever. First thing, it should not be boring. Second, you should be able to follow what I am communicating. Third, at least one point you should be able to receive. Then it will be a success. I hope I am serving that. We'll see at the end. Now, Virejana. Virejana is very important, like constipation, gastric issues, all these can aggravate the symptoms of lumbar spondylosis. The most commonly used Gandharvastha, Erandadaila, Trivirlehium, Dashamula Haridagi for Mrudu Virejana. Nasya, the benefit of Nasya, Vasudevan Nambudis are quoted that Nasya crosses a blood-brain barrier and it is highly bioavailable, because actually we know the Shira Sringadagam Prapya. So the Sringadaga is the confluence of cavernous and non-cavernous sinus, where many of nerve supplies are there, vasculature are there, and it bypasses the digestive tract. So commonly used medicine, Kshirabala 101 Avarti, Maharaja Prasarani, Karpasastyadi Thailam, even Anu Thailam. And coming to Yakta Moksha, okay, Siraveda and Chaloga. So when I was before joining Kottakkal, I was practicing Kota, Rajasthan in 2011. So a patient, 38-year-old, obese. So she was having Gridrasi and Siragranthi, varicose vein and sciatica because of IVDP. So I prescribed medicines as per the classic, consulting the lumbar spondylosis mainly. No relief in after 2 weeks. So I told, let's do Jaluga for the varicose vein. The circulation is affected, heaviness on legs are there. Applied the Jaluga, 2 leeches. Then the next day, immediately, there was significant relief in the Gridrasi, low back pain. So the Jaluga bit in point, Susruda, the site is 4 angula above or below Janusandhi. The leech bit in exactly 4 angula above. It was not planned actually. I was for a varicose vein, I applied 4 angula above and below Janusandhi, and significant, obviously varicose vein symptoms improved. Significant improvement in the symptoms of sciatica obtained. Now it's very important to know mode of action, because even the patients are also educated. Time of A and all, patient have more knowledge about their disease than what. Yeah. So how we do our therapies, podikiri, purichil, then or whatever treatment, Abhyanga Seda, then we'll go for Virajana, or Snehvana, then or Vasti. So how this work actually? In a very simple language, I will tell. No, maybe many of us. So our treatments are a heat stress on the body. When a heat stress is applied, it will cause vasodilation. There will be increased blood flow to the peripheries. So 1 hour we are Podikiri or Abhyanga Seda, Pirichil is Sneha Seda. Circulation is improving to the periphery, extremities. Then after that we advise the patient to take rest. What will happen? Body has to maintain the homeostasis. The blood flow to internal organs will be more. Blood flow to liver, kidney, etc. will be. So waste excretion to gut will be facilitated. Then what we do? The second course we recommend Vasti or Mrudu Virajana. So just with a simile I explain patients so they get a clear picture. While washing vessel, we apply detergent first so that dirt get detached. Then we clean it in tap water. Same concept. And Panchakarma actually another important of the more than biocleansing. It improves the therapeutic efficacy of our medication, because we don't get the benefit of whatever we take, the medicine, the food, whatever. We get the benefit of whatever our body absorbs and assimilates. A 2 case presentation we'll just quickly see. A cervical spondylosis case with a cord compression. 57-year-old male. So he was having severe, his lifestyle was sedentary businessman, it involves frequent travel. Severe pain and stiffness on left shoulder and neck pain, radiating to left hand with tingling, numbness, a reduced strength, and difficulty in lying down straight, because he was using a special chair to sleep. See, can you imagine the condition? See, pain, you are able to lie down, okay. He is not able to lie down. Diagnosis is Vishwaji, okay. The MRI is multi-level disc bulge, most pronounced at C5, C6. I know I'm taking more time, but the content needs some clarity. So maybe 5 more minutes I will take, just 2. So multi-level disc bulge, most pronounced at C5, C6, and with the left side cord compression. Advanced cervical spondylosis. The medicines recommend Prasaranyadi. So it is self-explanatory. I'm not reading out. The first week I recommend Piju plus Pirichil, Manjal Kiri, Veshtanam, Nasyam, and Churna Pinda Seda, Shirovasti with Karpasa Taila, Dipanjamula Divasti, and Anivasana with Shadaha Divasti Taila. And the significant improvement in the symptom, all symptoms, pain score reduced, grip improved, okay. And the follow-up was given, Prasaranyadi, Dhanandaram 101, Ashwagandha, more of Brahmana nature, Suvarna Muktadi, Surya Prabha for SOS, and Karpasa. And again, Rucot plus cream, which I explained, that contain methyl salicylate. See, for 90 days. So you can see the clinical progression across treatment phases. All the symptoms gradually improved. And now the second case presentation. Lumbar spondylosis with canal stenosis. A 19-year-old male, just see the age. Obviously symptom low back pain to right hip. He was having difficulty in sitting, and the SLR 30 and 60-degree Gridrasi. These are early changes of lumbosacral spondylosis with the disc degeneration. Can you imagine? He is just 19, disc degeneration with the L3, L4, L4, L5 bulges that severely stenosing the spinal canal and compressing the coda equina. Very severe condition. He was a sports person, but dietary habits were poor. That was the degeneration. The admission medicine was Mustadi Marmagadam, Gandha Thailam, Punarnavasavam, Nimbamrdasavam, and Vettumar and Guliga. So that's the use. And Dhanyamladhara, the first treatment was Dhanyamladhara. Manjal Kiri. Manjal Kiri is nothing cooked under Potali Sweda. And Leba with the Velia Marmaguliga, Karutta Guliga, Kotanchukadi Churna. You can see the Rukshana aspect. Then going for Brahmana, Pirichil, Kadivasti, Malthailigavasti, and Rukshana, Brahmana, Lankana, and Snehana. The treatment outcome automatically considerable improvement in the symptoms were obtained. His sitting tolerance improved. The follow-up medicine was Dhanandaram Kadam Gandha Thailam, Nimbamradasam Paranavasam, and Yogarajul, and Rasnadi Grida was ordered. Again, Asti Majagadam, Bahya Bendra Snehar Jayet. The clinical progression we can see gradually improved, the pain considerably reduced, and he is comfortable. He is not on any pain medication now. So coming to the conclusion. Ayurveda offers a timeless, comprehensive and patient-centered framework for managing spondylosis. The Kottakkal approach demonstrates that when therapies are chosen systematically and individually, it deliver consistent relief, improved function, and enhanced quality of life. And healing is not merely a reduction of pain, it is the restoration of balance, mobility, confidence, and well-being. See, the cases I explained was managed in our hospital under the guidance of Dr. Rekha Raman ma'am, Dr. Prashant sir. It's a teamwork. But doctors alone is not enough. It's also a result of our expert, dedicated treatment staff. Also the quality medicines. Also the patient who followed the Patya. It's a pure practical thing. But I'm talking about Pada Chadushtaya. Vishak Dravyani Upastada Rogi Pada Chadushtayam. Tegam Tachadurvanam. So the take home message is, because we started, we are the only obligate bipedal species. There's a book called Humankind, Rutger Bregman. So you see, humans are the only species with the capacity for conscious, intentional, and cumulative knowledge sharing across generation. And that's our strength in healing. That's why we have Brihatrayis and Laguthrayis. No other animal in the universe have not known. Tadvidya Sambhasha Jnana Vardhanana. Knowledge grows and flourishes through discussion and sharing. Labhanam Shreya Arogyam. Of all gain, the supreme gain is health. Because we Ayurveda doctors, while advising Ayurveda, it's important to take care of our health also. Self-care is also important. It's high time we also take care of our posture, our lifestyle. We should, it's like Dr. P.K. Varsa, we should also try to follow Ayurveda in our life. Thank you, one and all, for a patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. Our managing trustee will be presenting a memento and certificate of appreciation to Dr. Kiran. Now the presentations are over. We will follow it with a discussion. May I request the speakers Thank you, sir. May I request the speakers and the moderator to come to the dais. We'll follow it with a panel of physicians who would address the queries.
Sir.
May I request all the speakers to come to the dais.
We are too late for the lunch. We all know that, and we are all waiting for that. So we'll wind up this session as early as possible. Some questions we have observed, and that we will try to answer it and conclude this session. Sir, first question is to Vasudevan sir. How we manage the foot drop and wrist drop in Ayurvedic way? Foot drop and wrist drop.
Now all of them are very hungry. When we are hungry, you know, the food can be digested, but Shastra cannot be digested. Hence it is very difficult to understand this type. I know it very well, but you know, foot drop and you know, this palmar drop, both are, you know, hand drop are very difficult to manage, because you see, the lesion is not on this area. The lesion is on the cervical area or lumbar area. Definitely we usually use, you know, Kadi Vasti and this and Griva Vasti for this problem, along with physiotherapy also. That is the only remedy. Some kashayas can be given, but internal medicine, you know, internal medicine also is having, because some limitations are there, but internal use of Ksheeravala 101 is considered to be very effective for foot drop also. Because Raghavan Tirupad taught me that, you know, you do not treat on the sthana. We have to find out the exact position of lesion, there we have to treat. That is the principle of treatment in this clinical condition. Moderator told me to brief the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, one more question to you, sir. It is about excessive use of kashaya again aggravate vada, thereby causing cervical spondylosis more severe. Any clinical underlines from your end? Hello? Hello? Yeah.
That is why I told you, when we are using kashaya, that kashaya, that formulation is having its own clinical stage, Kashaya Bhanavatyanir. Then after finishing the kashaya, we have to go for Kritapana or Taidapana. Actually, that is the line of management for permanent remedy. These kashayas are doing only temporary effect, And continuous usage of kashaya, it is especially told in Ashtanga Sangraha, continuous usage of kashaya rasa causes even pakshaghata. Which means that, that is not at all advised in Ayurveda. That is why kashaya vanavatyanir deshahidirankide sarparatya. It is actually meant for making some amapachana and only for anilomana. For example, in Vadavyati we use Gandharvastadi Kashaya. After getting, is it correct, Sharmaji? After because many scholars are sitting behind and sitting around me, they're very difficult to answer. Because after getting that anilomana and agni pajana, nide niramadam same sveda lankhana pajanehi yushishtareva sevadir kuryar kevalavadanu kevalam nirvastambham adavasane irvajili. First of all, we have to make it kevalavada. The kevalavada stage is very imaginary. Actually, that stage is not there. When kapachaya occurs, at that time the disease becomes vada vaitika, not vadika. But Krita is Agri Aushadha for Vada Vaitika. At that time we can use Krita. Hence, Kashayas are not at all indicated for long-term usage in any other diseases except, in inflammatory conditions like Vada Shonada and other diseases. There we can use for 1 or 2 months, Rasayirandadi Kashaya, no problem. Because it is meant for curing the inflammation. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Now, just I would like to wind up. Nothing. So we will wind up the session because we have 4 excellent papers we carried out here, now presented here, with a lot of insights about that. I feel that you all might have benefited with that. To be very brief on all these things, the Dr. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir ki clinical approach to Ayurveda, he has started from the Rigveda versions and signs and symptoms, languages, and he specifically pointed out certain yogas like Prasaranyadi and such things. But the ultimate message was, first you treat the inflammation, then you take the degeneration. Because this is the ultimate message from him, that let us follow in our practice these aspects. And Dr. Tanya Saigalji very briefly, very crisply presented the paper with radiological diagnosis, which actually was very beneficial for Ayurvedic physicians. We generally see all these things, but when a doctor explains what it is, that makes us more aware about all these things. So thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Anandaram Sharma ji, no doubt, very scholarly speech with so many inputs in that. I cannot go to all his points, but Griva Hundanam, the way he explained about it and the way he correlated with Charaka's definition was really nice. And then in his case also assess Agni and Amam, because that is very important in Ayurveda treatment. And he emphasized, first of all, Agni and Amam has to be assessed, then you start your treatment. And again, the Vasti, the anti-inflammatory condition, I would like to tell you about something about Vasti also. Vasti is supposed to be one of the very, very, very effective treatment in Ayurveda. I'll just give you an example. When in Manipal University we have a collaboration there, Veliyathan sir, you might have heard about Professor Veliyathan sir. This is actually, he only told me directly. When Vasti was planned in a protocol of treatment, all modern medicine doctors were against it, what we are going to achieve with Vasti and all. But to their surprise, what happened was that after the enema, the inflammatory cytokines inside our body considerably reduced. So naturally, any kind of inflammation, definitely, or the microbiota diversity, many things are affected with Vasti. More and more studies are going on. And Dr. Kiran, of course, has explained about the Ayurveda management. He mainly Shodhanam, Shamanam, Aharam and Viharam. The importance were emphasized by him, and that is very, very when we discuss about spondylosis, cervical as well as lumbar spondylosis, the thoracic area, it is very, very rarely seen. Most probably it is because of the posture. But whereas IVDP, intervertebral disc prolapse, we see cervical and lumbar area. And investigations are absolutely, especially after the age of 40, we have to investigate it with MRI and all. Why I am telling you, I was having a patient who was permanent back pain and no relief was there. I told him without MRI, I won't treat him. When MRI was run, it was multiple myeloma. So if we go for Potleys and such things, it would have been a disaster. So this is very, very important when we, and same way, urine output, bowel movement and numbness, and if the patient is not able to stand, Kottakkal syndrome has started, means we have to see the, then management with Ayurveda may be possible, so we have to refer the patient. So that is a very important point that we need to see. And the stress, stress, as I told you, stress is very, very, Kiran was telling about a patient, stress increases all kinds of pain. And to our surprise, what I would like to tell, when in Harvard Medical School and Harvard, they are studying a lot of research on, they have patented a process called mind blissfulness stress reduction, MBSR. It is a patented thing, nothing but meditation, pranayama. And with that, the inflammation and the pain relief and the total relaxation is reduced. And this is being used by neurologists in Harvard. Yeah, and of course, so many cases are there. I don't want to take much of your time now. I think that this sessions were all useful for us and enlightened our clinical wisdom. So naturally, our practice will be incorporating all these things and going ahead. And I specifically would like to thank all the panelists who have taken their time in their busy schedule and came over here. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thanks for all of you, especially Sir and Vandanaji and Raghuramji. They were staying here even after their session. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. May we request Dr. P.R. Ramesh to receive a memento from our managing trustee, for he has guided today's session and he had summarized the highlights of the session. Dr. Ramesh P.R. is a senior Ayurveda physician with over 30 years of experience in clinical practice, research, hospital administration and healthcare accreditation. He holds a BAMS degree from Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, and a postgraduate diploma in hospital management from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He currently serves as Chief Clinical Research and Superintendent of and Chief Medical Officer at Kottakkal Ayurvedishala. He also serves as a trustee board member of Ayurvedishala. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. I thank one and all for your valuable presence. We hereby close the technical session, the seminar. We will continue with a presentation on newly launched medicines of Ayurvedishala. May we now invite Dr. Jitesh, Senior Medical Officer, Quality Assurance, Ayurvedishala, Kottakkal, for a presentation on the newly launched medicines of Ayurvedishala. Dr. Jitesh MK, he is a Senior Medical Officer at Kottakkal Ayurvedishala with over 2 decades of professional experience in Ayurveda. He has completed his BAMS in 2004 from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and began his career at Kottakkal Ayurvedishala as an assistant physician. He later pursued his postgraduate specialization in Rasa Shastra and Vaishajya Kalpana under the same university. Currently serving as Head of Quality Control Department, Dr. Jitesh plays a pivotal role in ensuring pharmacological integrity, standardization and quality assurance of Ayurvedic formulation. We'll continue with a presentation on newly launched medicines of Ayurvedishala. May I request all the audience to please be seated. May I request the audience to please be seated for a presentation on the medicines, newly launched medicines of Ayurvedishala.
Respected dignitaries. So I know this is not the time for an introduction and all. So anyway, I'm asked to conclude in 15 minutes. So I'm switching on my stopwatch and will be finished in another 10 to 15 minutes. So already we have learned the theory from principles to practice. Now, let me introduce some of the new products which has been marketed or which has been launched by Ayurvedishala since few months. Probably almost all these medicines will be known to the physicians, but still I will just go through how these medicines can be prescribed precisely. So I will just go to the medicine. So these are the contents. So let us start from the one Brihat Vata Chintamani. Probably this medicine we have launched very lately. Almost all, especially this medicine is very well in the North Indian practice, especially in the neurological conditions. So let me focus. Of course, we know where this medicine has to be prescribed. So let us focus, or let us complete, or let us more on precisely let us observe which is the specific condition where we have to prescribe this Brihat Vata Chintamani. So of course the indication includes the Vadarogam Pittagritam Nihanti, Vruddhopi Taruna Spardhi. So that means that indicates the first one is Vata Pitta Shamana. The second one is Vruddhopi Taruna Spardhi, which is Rasayana, and as well as it is Vajigarana. So we have to think where we have to use this Rasayana and Shamana together. Brahmanam, we have learned in the Sutrasthana, that is Brahmanam Shamanam Tueva Vayor Pittanilassecha. So whether it may be in the Kevalavadika condition or whether it may be the Vada Paitika condition, the prescribed, the best one is nothing but Brihatvata Chintamani. So for getting the precise notice, precise observation, we need to know the properties of that medicine. So for that purpose, we need to observe, we need to know the how this medicine acts. So for that, we will just consider two medicines, or we will just compare two of the medicines which has got the same indication but entirely different properties, ingredients as well as property wise. The first one is nothing but the Brihatvata Chintamani, and the second one is Vada Gajangushirasa. So are they similar or are they different? Can we substitute Brihatvata Chintamani with Vada Gajangushirasa? This is the main question what I have to ask. Or can we substitute Vada Gajangushirasa with Brihatvata Chintamani? So absolutely you can just see this, the ingredients. In the case of Brihatvata Chintamani, the ingredients are Swarna, Rajata, Abhra, Loha, etc. All kind of Brahmana Drivya. At the same time, in case of Vada Gajangushirasa, it is the medicines like Manasila, Talaka, Tankana, Trigatu, etc. All the kind of Pachana Drivyas. The Bhavana Drivya is also quite important. That is Kumari Swarasa, and another one is Mundi Swarasa as well as Nirgundi Swarasa. So of course you can just see now when we come to the indications. One is Vada, we have learned this Brihatvata Chintamani previously. That is Vada Rogam Pittagradam Nihanti, and which is typically of Brahmana and Shamana. At the same time, you can see this Vada Gajangushirasa, that is Saptaha Gridrasim Chanti, Darunam Sanipadigam. So all kind of rheumatic spectrum diseases are included here. Or precisely we can say all kind of Avaranajanya Vada Vikaras are mentioned here. So the first one is Dhaduksheja and the second one is Avaranajanya. So can we substitute together? Of course, we can use this Brihatvata Chintamani everywhere, all kind of Vata Vigara, provided the initial first that Pachana treatment has been completed. Once that phase is over, the Brihatvata Chintamani can be opted as a universal medicine, unless no. And you can see there is a synonym for Vada Gajangushirasa that indicates the typical property of that medicine. It's known as Ambushosharasa. That means which drains, that clear the Shosharasa, which drains that clear that is Pachana as well as Deepana. So basically we can consider this Dhadukshayada Vata Vigara, maybe motor neuron disease or stroke or Parkinson's or anyway, whatever it may be, once that Avarana phase is over. So now let us come to the other one with similar combination, that is Vasanta Kusumagar Rasa. So ingredients, we will compare with Brihatvata Chintamani and Vasanta Kusumagar Rasa. In the previous medicine, that previous comparison, that was Brihatvata Chintamani with Vada Gajangushirasa, the ingredients were different and indication were Vata Roga only. But here the ingredients are similar, but the indication is different. So you can just see the Swarna, Rajada, Abhram, Pravalam, etc. almost all similar. And there is a typical word in the indication for this Vasanta Kusumagar Rasa, that is Vali Palisagase Smriti Brahmsham Vinachi. So how can we differentiate the actual position, or where we can position this Vasanta Kusumagar Rasa in neurological disorders? Exactly, it is nothing but the neurodegenerative diseases where higher brain functions are involved, where you feel the dementia or Alzheimer's disease or any kind of stroke where speech or any other the higher brain functions are affected. The best medicine is nothing but this Vasanta Kusumagar Rasa. So this is how we can categorize or we can position the medicines together. So there is another form change, probably the Mishraga Sneham capsule. So almost all these form changes are some kind of compromise. Maybe Kashayam to Kashayam tablet or any other. But here we can say this is a medicine where this is a form change without any kind of compromise, because that dose is sufficient to get the maximum one. So you can see these ingredients. I'm not going to the details. Pippalya, Malagadra, Shamadera, etc. And once we come to the indication, Gulminam Sramsanam Hidam, as well as Vata Vyadhi Shuchamurdam. Two ingredients, Sramsana and Vata Vyadhi. So what kind of Vata Vyadhi? This is important. This is a combination of Eranda Thaila and Kshira, which contains both. This Eranda Thaila is there, at the same time Kshira also is there. So we have to see from the text, we have to take from the text, that is Pittetu Sahasa, Pittetu Paisa, that is the all kind of Vatika or Vada Paitika conditions, the Eranda Thaila to be given with Payas, with this Kshira, and this becomes a wonderful combination of that. And this is an indication, this is a paper presented, published by our Dr. P.R. Ramesh, especially it was published in 1998 about the management of morphine-induced constipation, which was a randomized controlled trial. Probably this is a paper came, maybe we can consider it as an Ayurvedic paper which has been published in a modern medicine journal. So, when Vata becomes predominant in Koshta, with maybe with Amasya, the Misra Sneha is the combination. Maybe with according the spasmodic pain, when Vata in Pakwasya, then Vata in Vasti, maybe with like renal colic. Vata gets lodged in Garbhasya, like dysmenorrhea. The simple medicine can be Misra Sneham capsule. So when we categorize the medicines which contains Eranda Thaila, we can categorize into three. The first one, the base one is Gandharvastha the Erandam. The next, second one is Hingutriguna Thailam. And the third one, the most potent one is Misraga Sneha. So we can group these medicines like this. Now, so this Triphala Gugulu and Laksha Gugulu, these are well known for us. So we will just compare again with the Triphala Gugulu and Gugulu Panchapala. So only the ingredients are almost similar. Only two ingredients are more with the Triphala Gugulu, that is Tuk and Trudi, that is Elam and Elavangam are extra in Triphala Gugulu. All the other ingredients, indications and everything are similar. And we will just go to another extrapolation. When we come to Gugulu Panchapala, there is a specific mention that Sringavera Rajo Yuktam. So Gugulu Panchapalam with Shunti Churna, as well as Gugulu Panchapala Churnam with Vata Roga, Dashamulam Kwatha, can be considered. We know this Gugulu Panchapala or Triphala Gugulu is a Kaphasamana medicine. So Acharya is fortifying this medicine, or Acharya is changing the therapeutic efficacy with proper Anupana. Once it is used with Dashamula Kwatha, it can be used as Vada Shamana also. So Laksha Gugulu also we know very well. So which is an Asthi Samdhana medicine. Then when it comes to Saptamrita Loha, so actually there are 7 ingredients. Triphala, Loha Bhasma, as well as what we say Eshtimathu, along with the Ghrita and Kshira. Mathu. So probably we will just see the action of this yoga is Chedana, Lekhana and Anulomana, along with Kapha Pitta Shamana and Kleda Shoshana. So whenever you feel, probably we know this, the basic indications are 2. One is eye as well as Amla Pitta. So what kind of Amla Pitta and what kind of eye disease? That is most important. So probably we can consider this maybe with Pittadhik Amla Pitta or Kaphavrta Amla Pitta, whatever it may be, the presentation, whatever may be the presentation. The Saptamrita Loha clearly fits into the matter. So because it is Kleda Shoshana as well as Amla Pitta Shamana. So then comes to the Mahasudarshanam tablet, that also we all know that. So of course, Anandarama Sharma sir was telling that we have to assess the Sama and Nirama dosha. But I feel that is not only sufficient. We need to assess with which dosha the Ama is being combined. Whether it is Samavata or whether it is Samapitta or whether it is Samakapha. In case of Samavada, the treatment, the Pachana should be done with Amla and Lavana rasas like Kalyanakshara or Patupanchagadi, etc. In case of Samapitta, it should be treated with Tikta rasa, that is maybe with Pachanamrita, Shadanga, Mahasudarshana, etc. In case of Samakapha, it should be treated with Kadu rasa, that is Panchagola or Shadharana, etc. So if the assessment of that dosha combination is wrong, the medicine selection of medicine also will be wrong. So this is the main ingredient is nothing but Kirata Tikta, and this is a typical Sama Pitta medicine which can be selected as a Sama Pitta medicine. So wherever, and this is Kleda Shoshana also. Wherever you feel this Kleda, whether it may be this skin disease, maybe gout, maybe arthritis, anywhere, you can use this as a first line of medicine. Then comes this Agnivrana Thailam. This is an oil which can be used in the burns, etc. And the ingredients are coconut oil, Purana Ghruta, as well as Murdara Sringa, that is lead oxide. Saptarishtam, it's a combination of 7 aristas, but it's not simply mixing these 7 aristas. We have taken this, selected this active ingredients of all these 7, the prescribed 7 aristas, and the common ones are omitted, and then a newly derived combination is being developed, which can be used as restore the health, right, and can be used as a what we say the nourishment tonic, or maybe like as a digestive tonic, etc. And the Soracoat soap, it's a handmade soap made up of coconut oil base, which contains Ayapala, Nimba, and Haridra. So once again, let me conclude my presentation, and I think I didn't exceed the time. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jitesh. May I request you to receive the memento from our CEO, Shri K. Harikumar. May I request Shri P.N. Zordar, Additional Chief Marketing Officer for North, East and West, to speak few words.
नमस्कार, 1-2 मिनट के लिए मैं सबको रोकने के लिए बोलूँगा। अभी तक अंग्रेजी में ही बात सुन रहे थे ना, अभी हिंदी सुनिए, क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट वेस्ट का जिम्मेवारी देकर मेरे को यहाँ भेजा गया है, ताकि एवीएस कोटक्कल के जो रिसर्च, जो पेपर्स, जो दवाई है, सो मेरे को अभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट वेस्ट में प्रचार करना है। अच्छा है कि ख़राब है? अभी तक 100-150 साल में आप लोगों ने साउथ को क्यों बॉयकॉट करके रखे थे? क्यों तैलम इस्तेमाल नहीं हुआ? क्यों पंचकर्मा सेंटर ऐसे भाव में नहीं हुआ? Are you getting me? And the North companies also, they were also not propagating or supporting for such type of panchakarma. They were depending on रस शास्त्र, रस को लेकर काम किया है, भस्म को लेकर काम किया है, उसी में ही हमको अटका के रखे। मैं भी पिछले 36 साल से वही कर रहा था, लेकिन आज और फ्यूचर है पंचकर्मा का। इस पंचकर्मा में अच्छे से अच्छा प्रोडक्ट हम आपको देंगे। जो भी आपको समझना है, सीखना है, देखना है और अच्छा प्रोडक्ट मिलने का है, बाहर काउंटर में मेरा कलीग लोग हैं, प्लीज़ कॉन्टैक्ट विद देम, गेट आवर नंबर्स, गेट माई नंबर ऑल्सो। वी आर हियर टू सपोर्ट यू, टू गिव यू द न्यू, एक नया जागृत एक कोटक्कल को उत्तर में हम वो करेंगे, आपके सामने रखेंगे। इसके लिए हमारे एमटी सर को, डॉक्टर वॉरियर को, मेरा सीईओ सर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, मेरे को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए, आप लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्शन करने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Shri P. Thank you, Shri Zordar sir. Those who have not registered, I request you to please register yourself at the registration table. Ask at 62 concludes here. We cordially invite you all for the lunch arranged here. Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable presence and participation. Thank you once again. On behalf of Ayurveda Shala Kottakkal, I am Manju, signing off. Thank you.